Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, February 20th, 2018. Madam Clerk.
Closed session agenda, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4.
Any public comments on this item? On this item only. Seeing none? If it's not on this item, then you'll have to wait to public comments. Okay, so we're going to go to closed session. Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 20th, 2018. May we all stand, if you can, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I like that stand if you can.
Megan, can you please lead us? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving on to announcements. Any member of the board have announcements? Okay.
Report of closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, board action, no reportable action taken.
Announcements. Any announcements? Announcements, staff? Seeing none? Move on to public comment period. Madam Clerk.
Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it is continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
All right, public comments. Please, no more than 5 standing in the back at one time. I think there's 5 in the room.
Joan Wilson, District 1. Good morning, gentlemen. Winter's finally here, isn't it? It was sure cold last night. Nice and crisp. I remember See's Candy, little shop, right in the parking lot of one of the local grocery stores here, or the local grocery store here in San Andreas. Used to be there. It's no longer there. It's awfully cold, and I've noticed an increase in homeless people as I drive to work in the morning. I don't know what our county is doing for homeless. There was a gentleman that was found behind that See's Candy stand. He died one cold night. It's a grave situation. And we've just had Kindness Week. What are we doing for these people that are down and out on their luck? Is there anything that we're doing? We certainly do need to do something. I plan on checking with the churches to see if they are opening their doors on these cold nights to give their fellow humans a place to sleep and stay warm and keep them from harm's way. I notice my time isn't running. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, I hope that it is going to be an agenda item soon. You know, it may not make it through this winter, but hopefully during the summer we're going to start looking at what we're going to do, because I don't think the situation is going to get better on its own. And with cannabis being forced indoors, my fear is that some of those people may get very desperate and start breaking into maybe some shed that has a nice warm place with nice warm lights in it. That would not be a good thing. But I hope that our board is looking at what we can do. There are homeless in this county. At one time I was told there was no homeless in this county, but my eyes tell me different. And I've talked to them, and they need help. Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. It is a great day. It's cold. I suggest nobody ever buy a Chevy again. I wondered why it would cost $1,500 to replace a $28 heater core. I'm finding out you have to remove the dash. You have to release the motor mounts to move the engine far enough to get to the bolts at the firewall to take the heater unit out to get to the $28 part. And it's taken a day and a half so far, and we still don't have the heater core out. So we drove the truck this morning, and it took my wife about halfway down Pull Station Road to realize that the truck has a heater and she could turn it on, and she actually got warm before we got here. Anyway, I want to thank Jeff Krovitz and the road crew. They've been out doing potholes out there again. Very nice when you don't bounce all over the road from hit or dodging. Last time the sheriff was behind me, he pulled me over, thought I was high on cannabis when I was just trying to dodge potholes out there. He found out I wasn't. Anyway, item 5 is very interesting this morning, gentlemen. I like that. Very interesting. My son was accepted to Chico State. He is applying for every kind of grant, scholarship, and other ways to finance his education. He wants to be a teacher. He's thinking about maybe running for public office at some point in time, like a board of supervisors. I think he'd make a very good one. He's an Eagle Scout. Our other son, he's also attending college on the GI Bill and working as an assistant manager at CVS, trying to make ends meet. They're both staying at home. One's 26, the other's 21. Because they can't afford to live on their own yet. Just can't do it. But they're both on the president's list at the college. They're both now accredited tutors at Columbia Junior College. One's an Eagle Scout, one's an Army vet. Very proud of both of them. Our other son's a minister. He ministers to inmates at Solano State Correctional Facility because he happens to be an inmate there. He's serving 15 to life. He's on his 26th year because he went out one night. He was partying, and somebody gave him Prozac and Vicodin and Oxycontin. He passed out. When he came to, he was being molested. Thank you. Anyway, he killed him.
Good morning, George Fry. I've been thinking about this ever since we now have 3 members of the board that are being recalled. And I was thinking about what Supervisor Clapp said the day that he made the motion for Gary to be the chair. And in his motion, he said that he couldn't support Jack. It wasn't these words exactly, but because Jack was involved in a recall, he didn't think it was appropriate for him to be the chair, even though he was already the vice chair. So I'm going to make a suggestion to you today that we have two other members of the board that are on recall status now, and they should step aside. And that Clyde said he's too busy with his campaign, so that only leaves one person, and that's Michael Oliveira. And he's shown time and time again in the past year what an outstanding chair he is. So I hope you take that to heart and make the change, because that's the most appropriate change to make. Secondly, I want to address the fact that there's openings on a lot of commissions. And the Area 12 Commission, there's 5 openings. I serve on that. Commission on Aging, there are 4 openings in District 3, 1 in District 1, and 1 in District 2. I serve on that commission as well. And there are 2 openings on IHSS Advisory Committee. And there's an opening in District 3. There's 3 consumer openings and 6 past or present consumers. I would like for you, gentlemen, to get out there and beat the bushes and find some really good candidates to put on those. I'm on all 3 of those organizations, and we need help. We need fresh ideas. And so I'm asking you to do that as part of your civic duty and as members of the Board of Supervisors. There's a lot of other ones as well. I mean, it just goes on ad nauseum. So anyway, that's about all I have to say today. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman, Double Springs. I met Roger Adams in 1983, working for the Women's Crisis Line. He volunteered to help women fix their cars who'd been dismantled by their boyfriends or husbands. And he soon became my mechanic. About 15 years later, suffering from severe epilepsy, I became his caregiver. He suffered from brain cancer, epilepsy, psychosis, underwent 3 brain surgeries and various other surgeries for broken bones. We lost Roger on Sunday. It's a blessing. Gary, our date's off. When you're a caregiver, you become one with your client. He was the most generous man I'd ever met. Very giving, great sense of humor, really smart, knew everything electronic and mechanical. To honor him today, I'd like to share 3 words I've looked up in the dictionary. The first one is commitment. Excuse me, I can't see. A commitment is a pledge, a promise, an obligation. It's a dedication to a cause, an action, or a person. The second term is loyalty. Faithfulness, fidelity, unwavering allegiance to a principle or a person. The next word is honor. To regard with admiration, respect, deference, homage, reverence, veneration. My last term is devotion, which is a profound dedication or earnest attachment and reverence to a cause, belief, ideal, or person. I would just like to say that I've been blessed to have cared for somebody. I will say that I have no patience. I learned patience to a point. I would say I have no ability to feel for others, but I learned to feel for the pain that others can suffer. Rest in peace, sweetheart.
Any other public comment?
Sorry, I just want to say thank you to Bonnie for sharing that. It's an extremely difficult thing to do. Our caregivers all over the nation and right here in Calaveras County live with us every single day. And so when we say that being a caregiver is the most difficult job in the world, I say this, right there alongside a foot soldier, it's because it is emotionally, physically, financially, and spiritually challenging to a high degree. So thank you, Bonnie, for sharing that, and I want everyone to know that, remember that, keep this in your thoughts when we bring to you issues and concerns about the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee. We have grave work to do, and we can't wait to get started. This morning, though, on behalf of Red Cross, I would like to share with you a wonderful opportunity for this Saturday at Town Hall here in San Andreas. It's the Keep Your Love Alive Emergency Preparedness Fair. We did a Safety with Santa event in Sonora in December, and it's a very interactive and fun event. I teach CPR and sheltering, but a lot of the CPR classes were attended by children, which was very fun and exciting. It's hands only. And one of the things I wanted to share with you is that we received calls from 6 different schools after that Sonora event. They were just elated. I don't know how to make that stop. I'm sorry, the cricket. They were just so thrilled because their students came in and said, Mrs. Jones, it's okay. If you fall down, I know what to do. It's just inspiring. So anyway, we have the same thing going on this Saturday at Town Hall from 11 to 4. We're asking you to put some prep in your step. And a few little notes here. Do you know what to do if a natural disaster or other emergency affects your home? How ready are you? We'd like to invite you to come and enjoy some yummy desserts as you explore the various information stations. We'll have CAL FIRE, local fire departments, OES. Please, supervisors, come share in the fun. Bring your families, bring your friends. And, we're also going to share with what we do with our pets. So please come. We'll see you there. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Former Supervisor Edson.
Thank you. Good morning. Cliff Edson, San Andreas, business owner. As I was walking in, I found these outside, some glasses. So if anybody... Do they look like yours? Okay. Second, I'd like to make an announcement for the San Andreas Rotary Club. We're having an event on March 16th. It's actually, it's the same day as the West Calaveras Rotary Club is having their event as well for St. Patrick's Day, and there should be enough people around here in the county to attend both of them. They're fun. They're very good events, and all of the proceeds go to our community. And And some of it goes to international projects to help other people in other countries, but most of it goes to our community. Third, I gave a proclamation to a young lady about a year and a half ago while I was sitting up there, Kayla Fields, and it was this flag that she made, and we as a board accepted it. Couldn't get it hung up, and I would like to make sure that it gets hung up. So I want to give this to Jack. I talked to him about it yesterday, and I'd like to give this to Jack. Kayla has, she signed it on the back with her picture. I think that's pretty special. She's quite a young lady. This is all made out of horseshoes. She welds it and she paints it. I know Gary has been over there to get some of these from her, and so thank you. I'd like to thank Kayla for doing the service to our county, and also the work that she does, volunteer work actually to the veterans, and she's always honoring our veterans. So there you are. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comments and move on. Madam Clerk.
There are no consent agenda items on the agenda today, so we'll move on to regular agenda. Item number 2, Environmental Management Agency. Approve the environmental health and on-site wastewater fee adjustment study and adopt a resolution authorizing a fee adjustment for environmental health and wastewater departments, rescinding and replacing Resolution 08-202.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brad Banner. I'm the administrator of the Environmental Management Agency, and I'd like to respectfully request that you approve the fee analysis that we performed for the environmental health and on-site wastewater departments, and consider adoption of a resolution that updates our fees. To begin with, I noticed on the thing on the computer that the right margin was cut off on a number of the tables, and I brought a clean copy of the staff report and also a fiscal analysis for you, and we brought copies for the people here in attendance. Before I start, I'd like to introduce some staff that have come to that were a part of developing this analysis, and they're here to as technical support and answer questions that maybe that I can't answer. We have our environmental manager, Lisa Medina. She's the manager for the environmental health and on-site departments. And we've got Erica Uriarki and Paul Feriani and Matt Poole. And these are our senior environmental health staff. Left behind at the office, we have 2 trainees, Stephanie Hessler and Michael Vasquez, 2 permit techs, Tracy McGuire and Rosalie Callahan, and our administrative assistant. So together, this is the staff for environmental health and on-site. And it's been a while since the fees have been touched here. It's been 10 years, and a number of things have happened during this interim period. And so the fees were kind of overdue for a analysis and update. I'd kind of like to just walk you through a little bit of the staff report if I could, and just briefly touch on a few things. If you look at the staff report, attachment one, this outlines the methodology that we used in doing the fee analysis. Our staff complete daily time reporting records. They do timesheets every day. We have this data management system, and that's a part of it, does billing, and staff do the timesheets. And so we selected a year's worth of time the last fiscal year, and we also used the last fiscal year delving into this data management system for the number of services performed, for the number of inventoried facilities, such as restaurants, swim pools, et cetera, we used the current number. As far as the costs for the program, we looked at this year's budget expenditures, and we pulled out cannabis money, which was kind of money in, money out. So we took that out of that, and that was our operating costs that we used. We divided into that operating cost billable hours, and to derive billable hours, we took the timesheet time for that year and subtracted time that was coded for general office, general environmental health time, and in response to some feedback that we got from our stakeholders, we also pulled out training time. So the remainder was the billable hours then that we put into the operating costs to come up with hourly rates. Then beg pardon, sir?
Your billable rate, how does that compare with the surrounding counties?
It's a little bit higher. What I did in comparison, it turns out just about everybody is behind in updating fees. It's because, when the recession hit, nobody wanted to touch fees, and so it turns out there's a number of other jurisdictions updating fees right about the same time. So I picked the most recent ones, the most recent jurisdictions that have done that around us, and that's in the last attachment on the report. You can compare the hourly rates. For us, we're a little bit higher. I worked kind of closely with Amador County, and Amador County's hourly rate was $120. Until I pulled out the training time from the hourly rate, ours was $117. So ours were just under theirs. But when the training time was pulled out, that raised it to $140. It also meant that we were charging less time to the facility. So it kind of balanced out, but it made it a little more fair. When we pulled that out, when we had our stakeholder meetings, Robin's Nest had expressed concern about his fees in comparison to the restaurant fees. When we had the stakeholder meeting for restaurants and food facilities, we'd send out letters to everyone. No one showed up. So, but we knew that issue was out there. So Lisa and I, we went to Robin's Nest and sat down in the morning with the owner and just kind of went over this, went back, and because it's all traceable back to our timesheets, I could look and see, well, here was this training time. This because we have trainees, and this training time wasn't really equitably distributed to everybody. It was just where the trainees happened to go. So by pulling that out, increased the hourly rate, but kind of made it a little more equitable as far as how the remaining time was distributed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, so the fees, basically there was two ways that came up fees. We had the timesheet. When we had the timesheet data and used that, we took the total annual staff time times the hourly rate divided by the number of activities or permits and got the fee. But that didn't work in a lot of cases. There were things that we charged fees for that we never even did in that fiscal year. Or there are things that we just did one and the numbers were really screwy. So we had a second system for looking at fees, and that is we did a time task analysis where we looked at each task and estimated the average amount of time it would take to do that service, multiplied that by the hourly rate, and we have those fees. So it's there's a table, there's an attachment that we'll go to that combines this, and you can see there's one column. When it's completed, that's the time data column. There's a time task column, so you'll see where the numbers came from on the fees. When we did these fees, we did a couple things that to kind of temper the amount of fee increases. We didn't want to go throw huge fee increases at people, and so what we did is we said, okay, look at there's a public benefit to what we do. For instance, if we inspect a restaurant, yeah, we are providing a service to that facility operator, to that facility, but we're also protecting the general public that eats at that restaurant. And that's pretty much true across the board when you're a public health department. So what we did is said, let's shoot as a target 80% cost recovery, 20% for the general public benefit, 80% for cost recovery. And then we proposed phasing it in over 3 years, which is another typical thing that other departments around other jurisdictions are doing it. So we had year 1, year 2, year 3. So we'd start at 60%, cost recovery 70, and then 80%. And then we looked, and we didn't want anybody to get super overloaded with a fee, so we did a cap. So even with that 60, 70, 80, no fee would be increased more than 25% in year 1, 50% in year 2, and 25% in year 1, 50% in year 2, 75% in year 3. So that's kind of how we tried to hold the fees down, so it's not nobody got shot through the ceiling with their fees in 1 year. So the attachment 2, that's our timesheet data. So that's kind of the raw data from the timesheet. And then attachment 3 is the time task analysis. And this is, I brought the staff that actually do the work that Lisa sat down with the staff to develop those numbers. And then you can see the combined table is kind of confusing. It's tiny, hard to read, but I tried to put in enough detail on this with some color coding so you could kind of see where the fees were frozen, where the fees were capped at the 25%, and where they went up with the 25, 50, and 75%. So that's kind of an eyeful there, I know. You have a chance to look at it?
No, I'm having fun.
All right. So just to touch base again on the stakeholder meetings. What we did is we sent letters to all the restaurants.
Can we turn off our cell phones?
We sent letters to all the food facilities, on-site wastewater professionals that we work with. We had the well drillers, hazmat facilities, public pools, spas, and body art folks. And we had a series of workshops for them to present this. Basically, almost no one showed up. For food, we went and visited the Robin's Nest. A couple hazmat people came, like accountant types from some of the businesses, and they said, well, wait, you got a $60,000 grant. That should be factored in here so we don't pay twice. Oh, that's right. So went back and redid the tables and removed that, reduced the fees proportionally to account for that $60,000 grant that you get each year. And finally, there's a fee comparison. I figured you'd probably be interested in how this compares with other departments that have recent fee increases. The last thing I had is there's two 11th hour changes. Number one, there was a fee proposed for charitable nonprofit organizations doing these temporary events. And I did a survey just at the end of last week, and I got responses from 20 different counties, and only one of them charges fees for those events. So I'd like to propose that we not have a fee for that, for those people, because if you think about it, if you have a Rotary event or something, for example, that's all for the community, and it's a huge community benefit, and I just think that we would be better off not charging a fee for that. So that's kind of one change that I would like to propose, even though it's at the 11th hour here. And the other minor change is there was an error in the on-site fees for year 2, the major repairs, and that should have been the same fee as the previous year. Those were fees that were held back because they were frozen until such time that 60, 70, 80% public benefit kicked in. So,
yeah. Mr. Chair, question, Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, in dealing with our nonprofit organizations, I noticed that we have an entry here for Murphy's Irish Days, and that's been redlined out. Those are nonprofits? Are you saying that we don't conduct those inspections or we don't charge for them? Is that?
We don't want to charge for them. Now, those
Okay.
nonprofit events, if it's not a charitable nonprofit that meets that criteria outlined in the state, then we charge a fee, but.
I understand. But we
We'd
don't
still-
eliminate the inspections.
No, we think
Okay,
those inspections are as important or more
all right,
important
just
than
wanna
any
make
of.
sure we're talking
Because these
apples and
are
apples.
regular guys, right? And they come in and they're preparing food for the public, so we really want to be a part of that.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Ventura County, they, and I'd like to look at doing this at some point in the future, Ventura County requires that all the nonprofits, that they have somebody that goes to a food safety class, and if they get a certificate from that, they don't have a fee. If they, so they've got an incentive to go through this food safety class. We don't really have the staff to do that right now, but down the road, maybe. Jack.
I'm just looking at the sheets on the fee comparison. Are these the proposed fees or are they current fees?
These are the proposed fees at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, and then these are these brand-new fees that have been set in place. You know, Amador County, I know Mike Israel pretty well, and I was talking to him about his fees. They're shooting for a 31% cost recovery. So they've got some, yeah, I thought, oh, okay, that kind of explains why their fees are a little bit lower. We're shooting for a little higher cost recovery than that.
Good morning, Mr. Banner. In your training, is there ongoing trainings required of your staff as part of this cost recovery, like continuing education time or something?
There is some in hazmat, and can you think of anything else, Lisa?
Good morning, honorable members of the board and staff. So regarding the training time, a significant amount of training is spent training our training staff and also our continuing education hours for our current REH staff. We are dedicated to completing 24 hours every 2 years in order to keep our registered environmental health specialist registration. In addition to that, we also have some staff members as part of that CUPA program, which is the Certified Unified Program Agency, that are required to take an additional 24 hours for the CEUs, which is the continuing education units. The significant amount of time that is spent in our training staff, which includes Stephanie Hessler, environmental health specialist, soon to be taking her registered environmental health exam here in March, so we want to make sure that we support her on that. And also Mike Vasquez, a significant amount of time is spent training them in order to get them prepared to take the exam. So they are required to spend a minimum of 20 hours each month alongside a registered environmental health specialist, such as myself, Erica, Matt, and or Paul, in order to fulfill that requirement. And currently, that training program is approved by the State Department.
Thank you. So you're capturing those training costs in your numbers here?
In the overhead, yes.
That's what I was looking at. Okay. On the overhead costs, then, the A87 costs, those are backed out, or are they included?
We don't have A87 costs that are, we don't have them in our budget because it's county budget, so we didn't put those costs in.
You didn't put them in, okay. And there's grants that are going away. And are there, what kind of grant funding opportunities are going to be in the next 3 years that we're going to realize or that we're going to lose?
We've, there was a one-time grant for the local primacy agency for public water systems, and that was a one-time, and we've been using that to cover staff time in the past. It's used up. We had a Coupa trust fund. We've used half of that to make our budget this year whole that we presented. Lisa has gotten a grant, a grant where people have come in and done some training for us at cost. There's not a lot of new grants out there that we're aware of, and you're right that they seem to be shrinking rather than expanding. Anything you want to add?
Currently, because due to our grant funding and the allocation of it, we're seeking additional grant funding through the regional water quality control boards, and I'm actively seeking grants through them. But as part of the process, quite a bit of the grants is only due to the business owners, And so it's a little difficult for some of the jurisdictions in the CUPAs to get that additional grant funding. But I am seeking opportunities elsewhere.
Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I have just one last question. You mentioned this before, Amador County going through these tables considerably less in several categories. You said they're aiming for a 30% cost recovery?
That's
And
what
how are they subsidizing the rest of their operation?
I think they've got some realignment money.
Okay.
I think they're using that. Other than that, that in general fund, I think.
If I could add, and to Mr. Banner's point, there are some jurisdictions particularly that have an aligned environmental health and human services element, or health services, I should say, where they have used realignment funds. That becomes a slippery slope, too, because those funds were partially swept through the Affordable Care Act implementation across the state. Others will put some level of general fund. My experience has been environmental health agencies across the state, depending on where they're located, will typically use those types of designated or special revenue funds to augment the cost recovery if they can't get to 100%.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, I have one more thing on page 34. This would be towards the end of the packet. In the resolutions, therefore be it resolved, the second to the last one, it says the penalty for commencing work prior to approval of a required permit shall be 100% or the original fee for the service or permit. Would it be better to state 100% of the original fee instead of or?
Yes.
So I'd ask for that correction in the resolution so that everybody understands what that cost recovery would be.
Yeah, and that's been in our current fee schedule, too, so that's not a change.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to change the word of to or to of in that statement.
Any other board comments, questions? If not, we'll open up for public comments. Any public comments?
I want to thank Mr. Banner for his presentation. Board, I have a serious question. I understand in his presentation he said there's no allocation for cannabis in his proposals. So because we banned cannabis, we did not ban personal cultivation or medical. Therefore, those grows are still going to be going on, except the board, in their infinite superiority, decided that it needed to be indoors. This presents mold issues, fire issues. We could have approximately, there's 29,000 voters. Say half of them are people that might use cannabis. Let's reduce that again to 7,000 people. We have potentially 7,000 uninspected indoor grows possibly going on in our county. Now, we're not considering the unregulated, the criminal grows that aren't going to pay any attention to your ban, just like they didn't pay any attention to the regulation. Where are the fees and the recovery apparatus for cleaning up the environment from those, which we all know they are a definite environmental hazard? Where is our money? Where is our fees that we would collect from those? We've done away with Measure C tax money because we're not allowing commercial cultivation. We're voting for raises for employees and board members and staff. Where are we going to get the money? Where are your plans, gentlemen? We have approximately 600 known, 1,200 estimated. Some people say as many as 2,000 illegal grows. All of those are environmental, potential, hazardous dumping sites, correct, Mr. Mills, Mr. Tofinelli, Mr. Clapp? Thank you very much for your ban. I wonder what we're going to do. We don't care, right? No recovery costs on that.
Cliff Edson, happened to be an owner of a restaurant in San Andreas, so this would affect me and my business. And I got to tell you that you've already affected me and my business. And so how far are you going to go to keep tearing down our ability to run our businesses? Just keep taking from us. You shouldn't be taking from us. You should be finding ways to help our businesses survive and thrive in this environment here. That's what we should be doing. And I don't see it. Now, these folks over here with environmental health, they do a fantastic job. They're friendly with businesses. They come in. They work with you. They try to help you. They do everything they can for you. But they're running out of money too. And like Bill, the previous speaker, just said, where are you going to get the money? Well, for me, I see where you're going to get the money. You're going to get the money from legitimate businesses that are trying to survive in this county. That's exactly where you're going to get it. And that is no different than tax. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, I think that environmental health can explain that you got thresholds when it comes to hazardous materials or waste generated on a particular location, and those are set within the fee schedules that you already have in place that we're looking at today. So in terms of cost recovery, no matter what the activity, I can't pin it down to just cannabis. It's going to be any activity on a site. You have the structure here to do true cost recovery, and I think that's the critical element here is to have an insurance that we're not tapping general fund money and that we are truly trying to treat this as much as of an enterprise as it is possibly to do within limits. So I appreciate the depth and the level that you've gone to creating these documents. I will tell you that it was a very enjoyable read for me, and it was well thought. So I have no issues with any of the details that you've presented here. And thank you for your effort.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Supervisor Mills on the quality of information that this report has and bringing to front the problems we have. But I also have personal experience, and I've listened to Mr. Edson about what businesses are affected and how these increases are going to affect those small to medium businesses. I have no argument with the fact that we do need to increase fees in the last 10 years, but I'm wondering if there's a better solution to make that adjustment more survivable. I use that word because we see, especially in District 3, in Arnold, Dorrington, we're seeing a turnover in businesses in Murphy's. And Murphy's has been quite the leader in our businesses for Calaveras County. But I do see this decline in business opportunities and coming at our existing businesses to carry the load. I guess what I'm trying to say is I would approve of an increase in fees, but maybe not so drastic, maybe a 5-year plan, something to that effect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'm open for a motion.
I would move to approve the item with that one modification to the whereas of changing the word or onto of.
I think there is another modification that has to do with nonprofits.
Oh, plus yes, thank you. Plus the nonprofit modification. And you had one more, Mr. Banner.
For
Yeah, I wrote it down here, I just didn't have it clearly stated.
It's for the on-site department. It is for the major repairs. It is holding the year 2 fee the same as year 1.
Correct. And the whole year 2 fees, the same as year 1 on on-site. That would be the motion.
Do I have a second?
I would second that.
So I have a motion and I have a second. Any other comments? Not. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. What is your point of order?
I was hoping that the point of order would happen before you voted because it appeared that we were amending the item with the things that have been brought up, but I didn't hear any mention about what Supervisor Oliveira had suggested. Maybe that's a possibility, and it seems like that should have been folded into the...
The point of order is we had a vote 4-1, and so it wouldn't have passed what he did. Called for a motion. We had a motion and a second on the items before us. If that would have died, we could have delved into what Mr. Oliveira wanted. Moving on to item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Item number 3, Human Resources adopt a resolution approving changes consistent with the modified contract with service employees, International Union Local 1021, expiring December 31st, 2019, for appointed department heads, mid-management, professional, supervisorial, confidential, and other.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good morning, Honorable Board. I am bringing before you today a resolution approving changes that are consistent with the modified MOU that we had approved for SEIU. The group that we are approving this for, the unrepresented employees, they include our appointed officials, mid-management and professional, supervisory and confidential, and those that are considered other. The changes that we approved for SEIU was a 2% COLA effective June 23rd, 2018, an additional 2% COLA effective January 5th, 2019, and picking up 100% of the employee-only dental and employee-only vision to be paid by the county effective July 7th, 2018.
Any board comments, questions? Seeing none, we'll open for public comment. Public comments?
Good morning. Al Sakala, Taxpayers Association. It seems to be in the taxpayer and the public's interest that each of the salaries be reviewed along the lines of a study of comparable salaries, not just in public service, but also elsewhere. The reason for that is to try to attract and keep good people. This is more important than having a uniform COLA or anything like that, because by entering an agreement with the unions to have a across-the-board COLA, you ignore all the different values in the various functions. Now, this same thing applies to salaries for the Board of Supervisors. It's kind of awkward for the board to enter into basically secret negotiations for the wages and benefits for employees, and then have their own salaries connected to that. So it's obviously to their advantage to increase those expenditures because they would benefit from it. This is a conflict of interest. We recommend that you ask the administration to do a survey of other jurisdictions on how they set supervisor salaries. I understand there's different ways to do that that are more friendly to the public interest. Thank you.
I was here when you decided to approve the changes. I just want to know what the total monetary increase will be for the next year in thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. How much is it going to cost the taxpayers to fulfill this resolution?
Okay, to address Al's comments, we are looking into and doing salary surveys for the groups that we are suggesting the increases for. So we are looking at all of our appointed officials, our mid-managements. Because of the increases that we are giving to the different groups, it is causing now a compaction issue with some of our management positions. So we are looking at all of those closely. And although the COLA is across the board, it does not fix some of the issues that we are having with the management positions, but it's important that those positions get the COLA along with the SEIU group to keep the compaction from being worse. For the financing, it is in the staff report, and so the estimated costs for the non-general and general funds are the general fund COLA and dental and vision is approximately $241,786 annually, and then the non-general fund COLA dental and vision costs are $376,123. There's no increase to fiscal year 2017-18 since these increases do not take place until fiscal year 2018-19.
Gentlemen, I think the numbers should be much higher than she just reported. I think they could be much higher than they were just reported to bring them into more suitable lines with other counties, other areas, other jurisdictions. But we've managed to throw away $12.5 million in tax money that could cover a lot of that stuff. I think there was, what, $1 million there, maybe under? But that's another issue, isn't it? I believe there's a definite conflict of interest with a group of people voting, one, to elect themselves as, I wish I could vote for a raise for myself. I can't even stay in business. Be nice to be able to say, hey, I think I need 100% dental and vision. Health would be a great one, especially at 67 years old, only having Medicare. But that's my fault. I lost my rear end when the crash hit. All my medical, all my stuff went right out the window. My retirement was given to the insurance companies to keep myself alive, but I am alive. Anyway, it's very nice. I hope there's some compensation for other people besides just yourselves in these packages.
So, Cliff Edson again, as far as the county employees receiving their raises, it's a no-brainer. They absolutely deserve it. They've been through a lot, especially in the past since the fire. They've unbelievable amount of service that they gave to our county. Bill brought up a good point. Are you guys going to give me a raise in my business? Because you're taking away business from me. So are you going to compensate my business? Or are you just going to keep taking? Because that's That's how we pay those raises, by supporting our local businesses. And by, or are you going to go ahead and just tax everybody? Because the money's got to come from somewhere, so you might as well just throw a tax in there too, just to make it really good, right? I just happen to believe it should be different. We should earn our way. We should earn our way and not destroy our ways of earning. And it seems like that's kind of the track that we're on right now. I don't agree with it or approve of it. I don't know if you've taken a little ride downtowns where you live lately, but there's a lot of empty storefronts that weren't here a year ago. And they are leaving. They aren't replacing. Along with young families, they're leaving. They're not replacing. They're not coming back. School system's starting to crash. And I'm curious on how you guys, long term, are going to be able to keep up with what you're delivering. Now, there's ways of doing this. I mean, the people of this county that work in this county deserve it. They've been through tragedy here, year after year. And I believe that's the way we should do it. But we're not going to be able to sustain what you're putting out here. Consider that. And attacking the small businesses, all you're doing is inviting more of the corporate structure into the county because they're the only ones that can afford it.
Any other public comments?
Is this on item 3? Yes. Okay, you have it. All right, thank you.
And I do want to make it clear that what we are discussing now is just for appointed mid-manager, supervisory, and other. This is not elected or board members.
Any other public comments? If not, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, question. Ms. Hawkins, that last statement you made, that is appointed positions and elected positions other than the board?
No, this is not elected.
Not elected.
Not
elected, but appointed.
Or this is, so appointed positions are different from elected. So
Okay.
appointed.
Could you give us examples of those positions?
Yes, and so the Director of Planning is appointed. The Environmental Health Agency Manager, that's appointed. So Director, HHSA Director, those are appointed positions. And so elected would be the assessor, the auditor. So those are the difference between those.
Okay. I just want to make clear for the folks out there in TV land.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other board questions, comments? If not, I'm open for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Excuse me, by Supervisor Clapp. I saw you reaching.
Sorry. We're getting a jerk reaction going on now. I'll second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Moving on to item number 4. Madam Clerk.
Item number 4, Human Resources, introduction and waiver of the reading requirement for an ordinance approving changes consistent with the modified contract with Service Employees International Union, Local 1021 for elected officials. Authorize the publication of a summary of the ordinance.
Ms. Hawkins.
Okay, now this introduction and waiver of the reading requirement for an ordinance approving the changes consistent with the modified contract with Service Employees International Union, Local 1021 for elected officials. And this is to authorize the publication of a summary of the ordinance. So this is authorizing the COLA and benefits for the elected officials, which is the assessor, the auditor controller, the clerk recorder, coroner, district attorney, sheriff, and the treasurer tax collector. And then it is also for the 2% COLA effective June 23rd, 2018, and the additional 2% COLA effective January 5th, 2019, and then the 100% of employee dental and employee vision to be paid by the county effective July 7th. And these changes are approximately $43,000 for salaries and $3,000 for dental vision benefit changes. And this takes effect in fiscal year 2018-19.
Supervisor Mills. And likewise, we'll be doing some type of a survey for the elected positions here in the future.
We are doing that the same time that we are looking at all of our management and unrepresented employees. We do understand our electeds are some of the lowest paid in the state.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Hawkins, in that survey that you're planning on conducting, will that take in all areas of compensation such as expenses, staff, mileage, things of that sort, plus salaries?
Right. We have already, we are close to completing looking at staff, and so it is taking into consideration all of those items.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Clapp, your light's on. No? Any other board comments, questions? If not, we'll open up to public comments. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that here we are facing a deficit in this county that we don't know if we're going to be able to survive in the next 2 to 3 years. This is nothing new from my position. I'm very much concerned about how we're going to afford to survive. I would not be in favor of any raises at this time for the Board of Supervisors until we find an answer.
This is not for the Board of Supervisors.
Then I go with all the electeds.
Any other board comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp. Supervisor Oliveira, your light is on.
I'll second.
Second by Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. We will take a 10-minute break and return at 10:25. We are back. Ms. Hawkins.
Item number 5, Human Resources.
I thought we already read it.
Sorry. Human Resources Introduction and Waiver of the Reading Requirements for an Ordinance Modifying Salary and Benefits for the Board of Supervisors. Authorize the publication of a summary of the ordinance.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. So I'm bringing before you today the introduction and waiver of the reading requirements for an ordinance modifying salary and benefits for the Board of Supervisors, and to authorize the publication of the summary of the ordinance. And I would like to point out that according to Article 11, Section 1, Subsection B of the California Constitution, each governing body shall prescribed by ordinance the compensation of its members, but the ordinance prescribing such compensation shall be subject to referendum. And so it is your responsibility to set compensation for yourself. So that is something that, although it is not comfortable, it is something that has to be done according to government code. So we are suggesting that you follow the memorandum of understanding set for SEIU, which is a 2% COLA effective June 23rd, 2018, an additional 2% COLA effective January 5th, 2019. 100% of employee-only dental and employee vision to be paid by the county effective July 7th. And so these changes would be effective for fiscal year 2018-19, and the financing for these is approximately $14,270 for the compensation salary changes, and the dental vision would be $1,524.
Any board comments? I will make a comment. I will not be voting for this, and if it passes, I will not accept any of the compensation. So I don't feel that personally, at this time, I should be accepting any of it. So, Supervisor Mills.
I will add to that because when I was on the Calaveras County Water District, I asked my colleagues to actually reduce their salary because of wage rate hikes, and they did so on a 5-0 vote. And I also will not be accepting the additional compensation that's being offered here.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I again am wondering where we're going to finance these increases. Number two, I'm a firm believer in taking care of our employees first before we take care of ourselves. I will not be voting for this.
Any other comments? If not, we'll open it to public comment.
Ladies first. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Several years ago, the Board of Supervisors and County Administrative Office all volunteered to take a 10% cut in wages to help us over a time when we were shortfall. I've been adding up the costs so far, and we're looking at almost $700,000 in these three categories. And I didn't hear what the regular employees, the increase to the taxpayers for the regular county employees would be. So that would be added on to that. And then I have to remind you that there's 330 home care workers that have not had a pay raise in 9 years. I'm not going to tell you that my union is going to come and ask you for a pay raise because my union has not stepped up in 9 years. But if that were to take effect, we would be asking for probably $100,000 out of the general fund to be matched by state and federal funding, and that would multiply that by 5 times. But I don't know if that's possible either. I just want to keep in mind for us, the home care workers, and for the taxpayers, how much this is going to be costing us and where we're going to get the money. Although it sounds like there must be money, but Mr. Oliveira is indicating that I don't think there is any money. So I'm just interested in knowing when home care workers are going to get a 2% COLA or any kind of increase when we're looking at the Board of Supervisors, elected officials, department heads, all possibly getting pay raises. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Al Segallen, Taxpayer Association. We really appreciate those comments about foregoing increases because of our monetary situation. I understand Mrs. Hawkins' statement about the law, that you are responsible for the vote as to whether for your own salary, but rather than, I'd like to suggest, rather than use as a standard the SIU MOU, you actually go to another entity for a recommendation. I understand some counties use the judiciary, and there may be some other ways that other counties do it that are more fair to the taxpayer and to the public. Even though a recommendation may come to you for what to do with salaries, you don't have to accept it, and of course, because you have control, and you ought to have control because you're responsible for that. Anyway, I'd recommend that you find out what other counties are doing other than using the union method of determining wages for supervisors. I think it can be done.
Cliff Edson, San Andreas. It was about 3 years ago, a supervisor sat on his board, Steve Kearney, suggested that you go with a judicial system to give raises, because he felt it was a conflict of interest for us to give our own raises, which I think is kind of weird anyhow. Because I don't think anywhere else in this county right now people are really having an option to do that. So I like the idea of taking it off the hands of the supervisors of responsibility and comparing it with another entity. You wouldn't feel so bad then. You know, right now you're feeling bad because we're broke. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel that bad if we were thriving and earning our way through life and, you know, bringing money into the county. That would be a different situation, but we're not in that situation, are we? And this is actually one of those rare times I got that I'm gonna agree with Bonnie. You know, I've met a lot of these healthcare workers, these in-home care workers, and these people put in a lot of time with our seniors and people that need assistance, and they take the burden off of actually off of a lot of what we would have to do anyhow. They make it, I think, a more inexpensive route because they are preventing a lot of emergency calls and things like that because they're taking care of people on a daily basis. And as far as giving them a raise, I know that, like Bonnie says, 9 years. 9 years. Really, this whole county has been suffering for quite a few years because of the lack of economy and lack of industry. And so I think that those folks need to be compensated. I know that there's some kind of comparison between counties on that, but if your loved one was being cared for by one of those folks, it may make you think differently about it. Thank you.
Good morning again, Board. I want to commend you gentlemen this morning. You actually did something I approve of. At least most of you did. So, I don't really know what I got to bitch about. Sorry.
Good morning again. Excuse me, George Fry. No disrespect to Supervisor Toffanelli, but he got a $15,000 a year raise on January 9th of this year. So I understand why he's not in favor of it. Michael, Supervisor Oliveira, you're always there. You always do the right thing by the constituents of this county. I was going to ask that for the findings for the waiver for today, but it appears as that there are 3 votes not to accept an increase. So if there aren't, I'd like to see the waiver, and I'd like to see the findings that have to go with the waiver. Thank you.
Joan Wilson again. It warms my heart to think that that you would turn down a raise, especially after you just got one. I have been a caregiver. I think if you're going to do a 2% raise and 100% vision and dental, I would like to see that go to those caregivers that are taking care of our seniors and our people that cannot care for themselves. I don't know if we can afford that, unfortunately. They deserve it. They don't earn a lot of money. They have not gotten a raise. Raises at my other job, of course, my one job, my business, has been taken away by this board. Thank you very much. My other job is basically a minimum wage job, and I don't get raises. I have gotten a couple of raises, one for because I've learned new things, and one just so that I could stay up with the new minimum wage. But that's the way it is in this county. I'm not the only one. It really would make me upset to see some gentlemen that are doing quite well vote themselves a raise. I think that is an item that should be done by maybe the public, who really are your bosses. Anyway, that's about it. Thank you.
Any other public comments? If not, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I did state what that cost was, but I will say it again, as it is in the staff report. It's $14,270 for the salaries, $1,524 for the benefits.
No, she's asking employees, not board members.
Oh, for the I don't have the total cost for all employees with me.
Okay. Any board comments? Questions? Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that I think we know where the votes are on this, but I think we need to consider this as a board. How are we going to, we have to find ways to encourage lots of people to participate in our democracy, including running for office like Board of Supervisors. It may not apply to this current board, but I've had lots of people who are professionals say they don't want to take on a job that takes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're on call. There's no mileage reimbursement as you move through your county. Why would they go take a pay cut to go work, to run for office? So I think we need to take that into consideration. And I think we also have a very good point about the conflict, as Supervisor Kearney brought up a couple of years ago, about the conflict of interest, and I agree. And I think we all felt that when we were negotiating. This is a little awkward. So I would make a proposal that we send this to a separate body to sort of give us their evaluation of how we ought to be compensated. I believe at one point, Gary, you may have been on that civil grand jury when they took this on years ago, I would imagine. Yeah. You can't be the first group that's gone through this by any means.
No, we're not.
So maybe there's
It happens just about every year.
So maybe there's a better route, and we can sort of get off this roller coaster. Or we'll eventually end up in a situation like some of our neighboring counties where they're making big increases to catch up. And that's even more awkward than 2% when you have a 15, 20%. So if maybe we take this opportunity to reset the question and find a better way to do it going forward. Since it's right in front of us right now, we could probably do that, I guess.
Why don't we bring it back? Why don't we go forward here and we give time to give us some presentations on what's available for us to do, so we can go down that route.
I mean, okay, but I'm concerned that, as you pointed out, we've been doing this every year.
But if we have some options in front of us to choose.
Okay, that's fine.
Make sense? Okay. So as for this item,
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. In the board packet under financing, we talk about a figure of $14,270. Is that per supervisor, or is that for the whole board?
That's for the whole board.
That's what I figured, okay.
Because when you're looking at, when I broke down, so an hourly rate right now for a board member is $27.07. And so the first 2% increase would take it to $27.61. And the second 2% increase would take it to $28.16. That's $58,572 annually. And so these are, because you are not at a high end. When we looked at this several years ago, we did take a look at what other counties were doing. There are some counties that tie to a union like what you're doing, and then the other counties tie to the court system. Tying to the court system actually is larger increases. And so there's like Amador for years did not give themselves increases because the increases with the courts were so large. And so, calculating out what those increases are, you're talking 50-something cents an hour for the increase for the board member. For the chair, you're going $34.10 an hour to $34.78 to $35.48. So these are not large increases. And it is important that we do keep the rates at competitive so that we do get members that will serve the community.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? If not, I'm open for a motion. Do I hear a motion?
Would a correct motion be to move to deny? Would that be the best way to do this?
I would think that would meet what we need.
I would make a motion to deny at this time.
I have a second. No second. Dies for a lack of a second. Do I hear any other motion?
I have a motion, Mr. Chair. I move that we seek alternative ways to determine compensation for the Board of Supervisors as discussed previously, looking at other counties, how they do theirs, looking at other systems, and keeping that in mind to remove the stigmatism of a conflict of interest and find a method that will be acceptable.
I would second that.
We have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira, second by Supervisor Clapp. I question whether that's going to, if that motion is going to involve what's in front of us as far as the action item that's here. Would you perhaps change your motion a little bit to include some type of denial on the action item in front of us?
I think I would refer to County Council on this. If there is no second for the original motion, then this item would actually die for want of a second. Is that correct?
Well,
that motion would die for lack of a second, but until we close the item and move forward, the chair has the ability to ask for any variation of another motion.
So basically, we can entertain the second motion without acting on the first motion. Is that correct?
Well, the first motion died for lack of a second, so then he would solicit a new motion, which could be part, I mean, they could include, when you make your new motion, it could include some of the similar or same language as the prior motion that failed to get a second, and have additional information in it to make it a different and distinct motion.
Mr. Chair, I would modify my motion to include some of the elements included in the agendized item that we're discussing now. Would that suffice?
What I think that the chair is looking for, Supervisor Oliveira, is considering it appears that none of the board members, or it doesn't appear that approval of introduction of this ordinance or waiver of the reading of the requirements for this ordinance to move it forward is present, to dispatch what is before the board through a denial of the recommendation and substituting an alternative motion such as the motion would be denial of the item that is before us, however, directing staff to bring forward a study session identifying alternative methods for compensation, evaluating other sources such as tying it to the judicial system and or other options available, such as reaching out to the grand jury for an assessment of the board member salaries, something along those lines.
Now, so I understand correctly. The actual negative on this original motion will not kill this issue, but we can bring it back. That is correct?
It would essentially kill the item in front of you, but it would be directing staff to bring more information back for future discussion.
I want to make sure that's perfectly clear to all board members. And I would modify my motion to reflect that. There is one question I need to ask, just for clarity. This will not affect any agreement or any action on the SEIU on our employees. This is solely with the Board of Supervisors, correct?
Correct. This item was strictly for the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. My motion stands as modified, Mr. Chair.
Do I have a second? Still have a second?
My second. Okay.
Stan. You have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Moving on to item number 6. This is planning.
Item number 6, planning. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial medical cannabis registration 2016-540 for Adam Ray, and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's determination that the registrant had cannabis canopy in excess of what is permitted on APN number 020-027-176.
Okay, before we go forward, I need to open the public hearing. So, public hearing is officially open. And we will go to staff's presentation. We'll go as follows. We'll start with staff presentation and any board questions of staff. We will then have a presentation by the appellant. We will have presentations by members of the public, and that will be limited to 5 minutes per person. A summation and a rebuttal by appellant. That's 15 minutes. Staff summation and rebuttal. A rebuttal by members of the public. Then board questions. We'll close the hearing and bring it back to board discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter Maurer, Planning Director. With me today is Miguel Contreras from the Planning Department staff and Ethan Turner from the County Council. Miguel will make the presentation.
Good morning to the board. This is Miguel. Here to present 2016-540, which is a denial of a cannabis appeal. Real quick context, this cultivation area is located at 19075 East Rainbow Road. The background to this is that on August 15 of 2017, the appellant Adam Ray came to the planning department's counter inquiring about addressing one of his cultivation areas. Upon review of aerial imagery, planning staff noticed that the cultivation area, actually the cultivation site had 2 cultivation areas. As you could see on the PowerPoint above, on the top, on the northern part of the parcel, there is a 22,000 square foot cultivation area, and halfway south of that pond is another 22,000 square foot cultivation area. When planning staff asked the appellant why there were 2 cultivation areas on one parcel, the appellant explained that the northern cultivation area belongs to the parcel above the subject parcel. However, when planning staff looked at the plot plan that was submitted with the registration, staff noted that the cultivation area that is south of the pond was not depicted on the original plot plan submitted. The only reference to cultivation was on the northern part of the parcel. Comparing the plot plan with aerial imagery, highlighted in blue is the cultivation area that was applied for and registered. Highlighted in yellow is a pond for reference, and highlighted in purple in the aerial image is the southern cultivation area. As you can see on the plot plan, it is not depicted. It's not depicted, so it shouldn't be there. After this conversation, the appellant and myself met with the planning director to see how this will be resolved. The planning director found that the appellant was in excess of the cultivation canopy that he applied for. Under the provisions of the urgency ordinance 17.95.165.j, states that if you're in excess of canopy, you have 24 hours to abate and destroy said excess canopy after being directed to do so by a county official. In this case, on August 15th, 2017, the planning director instructed the appellant to abate 22,000 square feet of excess cultivation. The appellant did not abate this cultivation. He, in fact, appealed the planning director's decision. On August 28th, the appellant submitted an appeal, appealing the planning director's determination. He explained to county staff or planning staff that he had not yet abated the cultivation area because he was waiting to do a survey to know for a fact where the property lines were and if in fact that northern cultivation area was on the correct parcel or not. On September 21st, 2017, the planning department denied the whole project altogether for violating 17.95.165.j of the urgency ordinance for failing to abate within the 24 hours given by the planning director. If you look at the screen, here are some just quick history of the parcel. As you can see, starting on the left, that's June 9th of 2016. Those are the southern parcel is the subject parcel. The northern parcel is the parcel the appellant claims that the northern cultivation area belonged to. As you can see, no cannabis cultivation ever took place on the northern parcel throughout time. Both cultivation areas remained on the southern parcel. This is the southern parcel, which is the subject parcel. As of 6/9/2016, there is no semblance of cultivation taking place under or south of that pond. As you can see, there's a little access road or some sort of road. There's no cultivation taking place. There's very little evidence of cultivation taking place on the northern portion of the parcel as well. 8/20/2016, still no evidence of cultivation taking place on the southern cultivation area, the one that's south of the pond. On the north, it's kind of hard. You might be able to see faint pots, but it's kind of hard to tell. Then we enter June 2nd, 2017, and you could see a dramatic change from last year. There's a fully established cultivation area, happening south of the pond and a fully established cultivation area happening on the north portion of the parcel. During the PC, or the Planning Commission hearing, the appellant and his attorney, Charnel James, explained that the reason for this plot plan being submitted and depicting that cultivation area on top is because the person that created this plot plan essentially messed up and jotted down where the cultivation area was incorrectly. Crystal Kesey, which is a consultant for Eastside Environmental, attested to this and stated that her employee messed up and he drew the cultivation area improperly. Furthermore, the appellant also explained that he did get his property surveyed properly, and he found that 22 feet of the northern cultivation area, the one that's highlighted in blue, was in the correct parcel, which is the northern parcel. It would be the north parcel on this map. The Planning Commission found that the registrant was in fact in violation of the urgency ordinance, despite thinking that his cultivation areas were on two separate parcels, and despite the mistake of the consultant. The Planning Commission found that he had to have had abated his access canopy within 24 hours. So they upheld the planning director's decision or instruction to destroy his access canopy. And the Planning Commission also found that because of his failure to destroy his access canopy, the planning director was correct in denying the whole project altogether. That's it for my presentation, if you have any questions.
Any board questions?
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. Noted in the board packet that when they determined the 22 feet cultivation was properly located, it referenced 90 feet was improper. Is that still true?
Yes.
So they missed it by 90 feet of a cultivated area.
Yeah, 90 feet was in the incorrect parcel. 22 feet was in the correct parcel.
Thank you.
Would still violate the 75-foot setback.
Supervisor Mills.
So, Miguel, can you show me anything on the June 2016 aerial image that says anything was growing on that property?
Based on the aerial, I really can't show you anything that shows cultivation taking place. I don't see any evidence. I don't see any terraces. I don't see any pots. I don't see any roads. I don't see any hoop houses. Grading that would allude to cultivation taking place on the parcel. A little bit to the backstory to the parcel, though, it was a tree farm, and it did get burnt down by the Butte fire. So I believe that the appellant felt that no more work was needed outside of removing burnt trees to count as cultivation or commencement for cultivation, preparation for cultivation. I believe Ms. Charnel James, the attorney, would be able to speak to this more.
So the next thing that I want to refer to is the pond on this particular photograph as you step through the photograph, the three photographs that you have. And stop with the second one right there. You'll notice that there is a distinct line where the dam is on this one. That's the left side of the pond. And that there's possibly some excavation work or some modification work going on to that pond. Was the water board ever notified of any structural changes to that pond?
To my knowledge, no. I don't know if that would be a dam, though. I think it was a...
You look very closely at that middle picture. There's some work, there's some dirt work going on in there.
To my knowledge, no, the water board was never notified about this.
Okay, thank you.
You mean right in this area right here?
Yeah, and then to the right, into the pond itself, that there's a lot of, looks like grading activity internally in the pond. So if you look at how much is is going on inside the pond here versus the previous picture, which had a lot of vegetation around it in the first picture. You're seeing the vegetation has been removed in the second picture.
Yeah, well, there's no, see, that looks like a dam that's been installed, enlarged right there.
Yeah.
If, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Sure.
I don't think that dam is germane to the point we're trying to make, and we should also remember this is the height of a massive drought. Lots of ponds are dry. Lots of ranchers and farmers were improving, taking advantage of the fact that their ponds were dry to improve them and stabilize them. I don't think we want to start pulling on that thread, and I think we ought to focus on the issue before us.
That's all I have for now.
So, yeah. All right. Is the appellant here?
Good afternoon. Charnel James appearing for the appellant. The appellant sends his apologies, but they have property in Santa Barbara that was massively affected by the mudslides, and so they are down there dealing with the issues of the destruction of the house and the property in Santa Barbara. So I apologize for his non-appearance. A couple of things that we want to bring out that wasn't in the staff report. First of all, that as soon as the applicant received the survey information to let him know that where the property lines were on the property, the plants were immediately removed. They were destroyed way before they were ready to flower. They were scheduled for harvest in November, and they were removed within days of getting the surveyor back. That was all done before the Planning Commission meeting. So we came to the Planning Commission meeting with a fully abated property, number one. Number two is that not only did the county inspectors come out and think the drawings were right, my client came out and thought the drawings were right. The experts told him that the grows were properly placed on each of the different properties, and that, as they stated, these 4 parcels were actually a massive timber harvest that was literally a couple years away from being harvested when the fire came through and decimated the entire area. The neighbor support letter also that is in your packet attested to the fact that there was no way to tell where those property lines were when you're on the ground. And so using the drawings that they had, they placed those things as the way that the drawings had been done. After everything had been done and we had gone through the harvest, paid our full taxes, done all of the things that we were supposed to do, got all the business license, did everything, passed every inspection. After all of those things are completed, then there becomes this issue of whether or not that one grow was on the northern parcel or on the southern parcel. And my client truly believed that it was that the county was incorrect and that was placed on the right parcel. So he spent the money, had the surveyor come out, check that survey, and when he found out that he was incorrect, he immediately had the cultivation area cut. So I think all of those things are important to take into consideration, and actually did cause a great amount of discussion with the Planning Commission, although they felt that they could not interpret the code, they could only enforce it, and so therefore it would be the requirement of the board in order to make that interpretation. The other issues that they've brought up as far as the previous pictures, none of those things are relevant to this application. We're being denied for having too much canopy on a single parcel. And once the error was discovered as being accurate, it was abated. That should be enough in order to give them the benefit that this application should not be denied and that they should be able to preserve that right for the permit on that south parcel. I can answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions?
Can you perhaps explain a second, what is the, my apologies.
That's okay.
What is the exact timeline? So at the Planning Commission, Mr. Ray was informed that he had 24 hours to abate because he had excess canopy. He didn't believe it, so he didn't abate. So he went out and got independent confirmation. Once he confirmed what the Planning Commission told him, he then abated. But what is that, how
The
many days are we
survey-
talking here?
So-
Yeah, the survey took the longest amount of time. I want to say, and Miguel, you could help me on that. I think it's 4 or 5 weeks that it took for us to get the survey result back.
I'm not exactly sure when Mr.
Roughly about
What was the
5
date, what was the date that you gave him the
So
notice?
August 15th was when with the planning department directed Mr. Ray to abate. He had to abate it by 1 p.m. August 16th.
Right.
He did not, on August 28th, he chose to appeal instead.
Okay, and when did he actually do the abatement?
It happened a few days before the Planning Commission meeting, so I want to say September.
It must have been in October.
It was the end of September, first week of October is when it was completed, so.
Okay, can you give me the exact date, Miguel? Would please?
So the planning commission hearing happened on November 2nd of 2017.
But it was scheduled prior to that, though. and it-
October 12th.
Right, so it would have happened right prior to October 12th.
So, I'm sorry, what was,
So the planning commission happened November 2nd, but it was continued from a date of October 12th. So the survey must have been completed, as Ms. Charnell says, a few days prior to the original PC hearing, which early October.
Why was it continued? Who's
The planning commission
planning commission?
voted to continue it.
They voted because the appellant asked?
They voted because the appellant asked, and said that they needed more time to provide pertinent information.
At the Planning Commission, though, we had my client was there, attested that he had already abated the property, which is why they granted the continuance. And what we were looking for was the actual surveyor report had not been completed yet in order to submit to them. So we had the report, but we didn't have the surveyor lines.
so the difference between when he was told to and when he actually did, roughly 5 weeks?
Roughly, correct.
Roughly 5 weeks. His study came back and confirmed that planning was correct.
That the northern parcel was 20 feet on the correct parcel and 90 feet on the wrong parcel.
Okay. And we're denying this because of the canopy overage, right?
For failing to abate within the 24 hours and for having excess canopy on the parcel.
Thank you.
Supervisor Olivero, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. I noticed that there is no survey report in the board packet. Do we have that hard copy?
You should.
It should be in the attachments, but I do have a hard copy.
I'd be interested in the date of that report, the date of the inspection.
There should be an email with map lines that has both of that in them. I know in your staff packet, I remember seeing the timeline that my client created as well, which should be in there, although I don't know that the abatement is on that list. We were talking about other issues on that.
Might take me a moment to find this.
All right. Supervisor Mills, you have a question?
Yes, thank you for Supervisor Garamendi for the timeline thing, because I think that's part of this discussion. We talk about abating the area, the site. Did we then have to submit any proof of destruction and how the area was, what was disposed of or anything like that? Or do we simply, how did we show that? Was there photographic evidence? Is there anything that was submitted?
I don't know if, I think we submitted photographs by email. My client would have done that directly. I do know that the plants were cut and neutralized, and then probably they were put into the ground for mulching is what I'm assuming, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I've got no photographic evidence to support the actual.
Right, that would be with the staff. That would not be. That would have been between testimony of both my client and the Planning Commission and what he provided directly to them.
Okay, thank you.
There were a number of things that we provided to staff that were not in the staff report for you guys.
Mr. Chair, just, I should do this. The client, Mr. Ray, is known to me, and his family is known to me. We have not discussed this case nor anything to do with it. Therefore, I feel I have no obligation to recuse myself.
Thank you for divulging that.
Supervisor Oliveira had asked for the survey. We do have a copy that was submitted at the Planning Commission of the survey points made. There's not a date on it, so I'm not sure of the actual date of when the survey was done. If you'd like, I could bring that up.
That's not necessary. If it's not dated, I'm just trying to confirm some information.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not dated.
Thank you.
There was a letter that went with that too that was written by the surveyor. Do you have that? I know that was submitted too. That was part of our packet that was submitted.
The survey itself?
The points survey, and there was also a letter from
the surveyor's letter.
From the surveyor that talked about the dates that he went out there, and it was signed by him under penalty of perjury.
Well, while we're searching for that, can we open it up to a public comment? And then when they find it, we come back. Is there public comment at this time?
Yeah. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We appreciate the effort to be fair with the applicant. One question, several questions. First one, what did the county use as an indication of where the property line was in order to postulate that the grow was outside the property line? The next question is, what did the applicant use as an indication of where the property line was before the actual survey was done? We do know that there are some serious problems with the county GIS system. This was brought up to the board before. And do these problems with the GIS system contribute to the errors that were found in this case? Thank you.
Any other public?
Hi, Cliff Edson. I don't know any of the appellants or anybody in this case, but I do know that our survey lines in this county are just really messed up. About 4 years ago, I had an issue down in Burson just because somebody wanted to put up a garage, and they spent months and months and months trying to figure out where their property line was just so that they can have a 5-foot setback. And because a lot of the survey points in this county were done by trees and rocks back in the 1800s. And that's what we've not been able to correct since then. So there's a lot of issues when it comes to finding the correct survey points. Sounds to me like the property owner bought his property, knows his property, and in between two of his properties, and just needed that survey to be able to recognize what was already probably given to them on their deed. So it's a consideration that one of the things I seen that we had flaws with the urgency ordinance was the fact that it was pretty hard to come up with a solid survey point, and even the surveyors have problems with it. I know that for a fact. So, thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. On the 4 Planning Commission agenda items, I notice on the first 2, they're talking about commercial medical cannabis registration. And on the second 2, they're talking about commercial cannabis registration. What's the difference between the medical and the non-medical? Is it canopy size, or is it number of plants? And I'm also wondering about the disposal of the cannabis, the abatement of illegal grows, or in this case, overplanting or something that they did. I would like to suggest that some efforts be made to find out what can be done with cannabis. Are there labs that can process it so that we can develop the medicine that's needed for the people that can use the different types of cannabis? And has any effort been made to find out, rather than using the Sheriff's Department and code compliance to abate these properties, if there's any other remedy that can be found to not waste it? Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll close that portion of it. Were we able to locate the information on the letter that the surveyor submitted?
We do not have a letter from the surveyor. The only thing that we received, I recall, from the Planning Commission hearing was the copy of the survey itself that is undated. There's a number of the packet of information that was submitted by the appellant at the Planning Commission hearing, but it did not include a letter from the surveyor. It included letters from the Eastside Environmental that discussed their prior mapping work and the error that was made in putting the cultivation site in the wrong location, but there is no letter that we can find in the file, and we looked at it pretty thoroughly trying to find it from the packet that was submitted at the Planning Commission.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Mr. Chair. So if I understand this correctly, there is some documentation contained in the file that indicates that the survey could be in fact accurate as to the incorrectness of the county's records?
Well, I'd like to address that issue. Mr. Segala made a comment that there are serious problems with our GIS system. You know, the GIS lines, the partial lines are approximations. It's not a survey. In some cases, they're fairly accurate. In some cases, they're off by by a bit. But if you look at this map here, you can see the northern cultivation site that's pretty much might even be going over the property line. The survey showed that it was 22 feet over the property line. So this may be off by 10 or 20 feet at the most. And it was certainly 90 feet if it was on the partial line. So it wasn't like there was such a huge error in the survey that it colored the decision that we made. Another comment from the public was that the old surveys are difficult to track down. I think Cliff said they were messed up. And it's true. There are a lot of old surveys that you cannot trace those survey lines because the markers that were put in place were trees or stakes that are long gone. But it's the applicant's responsibility to know where his property line is if he's going to be putting improvements on the property. If you build a house, you're going to find out where your property line is before you start constructing the house to know you meet the setback requirements. Don't just guess at it. In this case, the lines were relatively accurate. The decision that we made to identify that both cultivation sites were on the same parcel was correct, and he did not abate in a timely manner as required by the ordinance.
And so it was properly denied. The Planning Commission made the proper finding that there were 2 cultivation sites on the one parcel, and that by failure to abating it when it was first notified was in violation of the ordinance, and therefore properly denied the full registration application.
Okay, before we go any further, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. So,
I'm sorry.
Does the appellant have a summation that they'd like to present? Okay.
First of all, I want to address 2 of the comments that Mr. Mayor made. First of all, as far as having a responsibility of knowing where the property lines are, the applicant acted in his best knowledge, given what his property looked like after the fire. And that there is no higher standard. There's nothing more than any of the rest of you would have done. And he had stated that if he'd built a house and had crossed the property line where it's you own both properties, the remedy for that would have been to come in and file and obtain a lot line adjustment and be able to adjust the lot lines, and they would have been given the time to do that. They wouldn't have been ordered to tear down the house. The second component of it is your ordinance and the urgency ordinance allowed a procedure, which included an appeal process. So my client wasn't being disrespectful to the county or the ordinance. After all, he paid taxes for all 4 of those cultivation in full, without delay and when it was due. There was never a chance that he was trying to flaunt the rules, that he was trying to buy more time, that he was trying to be disrespectful to the system. They honored the system in every single step. Every single step. He believed that the county was wrong. So he went and spent his money, hired a surveyor, got him out there as soon as he possibly could, and when he discovered that he was wrong, he abated the grow. And it wasn't flowering. They didn't flower the other 2 parcels, until, well, the other 3 grows. Those didn't even harvest until November. So they have one site that they completely cut the plants down, lost all the money that they invested in it, and they paid the tax on that grow. This is not someone who is flaunting the rules. This is someone that's using the rules that you provided him in order to try and make some kind of semblance of a profit off of a land that was decimated by that fire. They were trying to work within the system. What we ask is that you refer it back to the planning director, give us opportunity to deal with that so that we could stand in the position of having paid the taxes on it, be able to claim that part for the loss, use our state license in order to get what we need to get accomplished for this year before the ban goes into full effect on these properties. Thank you for your time.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you. Mr. Maurer, do we, I would have to believe that this applicant really did think he was correct. Obviously, there's a big gamble in not abating. If we have by our own admission said that the survey boundaries that we use for the GIS are not entirely accurate. If we were wrong and he abated the product, would we reimburse him for his loss?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question. I doubt it.
He would probably have to sue us, I would imagine, to get it.
I don't want to speculate on how that, but there's no provision in the code for reimbursement.
Right. So if you've got several $100,000 of products, and you know by our own admission that the lines that are drawn on our maps are not accurate, before you threw out several $100,000 of product, you would want to verify that you were in the wrong. As Ronald Reagan used to say, you want to trust but verify. That would be a prudent business maneuver, I would imagine, since we're probably not going to pay you back if we go, oops, we were in the wrong, we were wrong. And on our GIS website, we clearly state that these are not legal lines. It seems to me we've got somebody here who is familiar enough with the county to know that we are not perfect, knows that there is no remedy, so he wanted to verify what he was doing, they were doing. And when he found out that, in fact, the county was correct, he took appropriate steps. Would that be a reasonable interpretation? So I don't see much malice here. I see somebody made a major mistake, no two ways about it.
Well, I suppose you could make that finding. When we relied on the GIS for determination, we compared it with other things around it, the site plan itself. In some cases, you can look at the GIS and realize it's off and off by quite a bit. In other cases, you think, well, this is a closer approximation of where the property line is. And we were talking about a 75-foot setback and a 22,000 square foot cultivation area. We can typically tell whether those lines are accurate enough to make a determination of this nature, as opposed to, gee, is it 10 feet off the setback, for example.
Well, I know this piece of the planet pretty well. It's a deep, steep canyon, and I remember the first time I drove up there after Butte Fire on Whiskey Slide Road, heading over to Jesus Marine. It got lost, a road I've driven my entire life because all the landmarks were missing. And so if you're looking at the aerial imagery of, on our GIS, those trees, those rocks, everything has changed. I could find it, I'd imagine it's very easy to be disoriented as to looking at the GIS map, looking at your property you've owned for a very long time, and being disoriented. So I think that, I could see that easily happening anywhere because the whole landscape had changed. So it doesn't surprise me that lines could be misinterpreted.
The other issue was that the site plan that was submitted, it didn't show the southern cultivation area at all. And that was one that was actually out of compliance because the northern grow, although crossing the property line, was approximately where they had shown on their site plan, the one circled in blue. It was the southern one on the other side of the road, south of the pond, that was not a part of the registration application at all. And that was one that we found to actually be in violation.
But we're going after excess canopy.
Right.
Right, that's the...
If I may, Peter indicated this, but so the problem wasn't just that the survey was wrong, which he then corrected, is that there was an additional grow site not depicted on the plot plan that came into existence in 2017. So there's a full acre of grow sites rather than just a half acre of grow site in two spots in one parcel. So it's not just a lot line problem, there's two grow sites.
Ma'am, hold on. This is staff presentation right now.
I'm just waiting my turn.
So do we deny on the basis of two grow sites or excess canopy?
Well, we denied on based on excess canopy.
Right.
But the excess canopy was the fact that there were two grow sites on the site, and one of which wasn't depicted at all on the site plan.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
Yeah, I'm going to refer to Ms. James' letter. It's on packet page 84, talking about permits for 2027, 174, and 176, I believe, are the two. What parcel number is it we're looking at right here?
That parcel, it's going to be 020-027-176.
176. So where's 174?
I believe that's the parcel north of it.
That's to the north. So that means 175 and 77 are the ones to the west, or to the left of your photo.
East, actually.
To the right of the photo.
I'm sorry, it's twisted around.
To the left.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you.
That's all the question you have? Ma'am, I'll give you just 2 minutes to make your statement.
Just the point that I wanted to point out is what Mr. Turner brought up is if you look at the two drawings that were submitted for the two different parcels, you will see that all four parcels were indicated to have a grow on each of the 4 parcels that connected those 4 corners, first of all. And second of all, when you look at the drawings between the 2 that are in question, it is easy to see where they would have been confused. As Chairman Garamendi said, this area is great valleys and hills, and so when you're there on the ground, it is easy to get confused between which hillside, which area is in the 2 of them. And I think that it would have been beneficial to the board had staff provided the drawings for both to see that this wasn't something that was depicted an extra grow on this parcel. It was intended to have a grow on the north parcel and a grow on the south parcel. So this wasn't an intentional, as they're depicting it, to be an intentional choice to flaunt the law. They thought they were putting a grow on the north parcel and a grow on the south parcel according to the drawings that they had created for them. That's all I'd like to point out.
Okay, I will open it up for any other public comments this time. See no other public comments. Any other board questions? Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick housekeeping question. Mr. Maurer, are we aware of when the appellant became in possession of this property? Is it an ongoing 2 to 3 years, or has it been in his possession for a while?
To my knowledge, to what the appellant has stated, is that it's been in his family for generations.
Okay.
Any other board questions? Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, I'm sure if it's with the boundary line dispute and stuff, I don't know why we don't have Jeff here. He's a survey engineer, and he probably answered most of these questions. Our benchmark comes from Mount Diablo. Al wouldn't know that. It was on his real estate test when he took it. And most of our property came through patents from the government, because when we took it from Mexico, we took it free simple, and so we don't have mets and bounds with a big tree, the big rock. It's all surveyed out by the government. And to me, it's not an issue on the boundary lines. I think that's just a mute issue here.
If I could clarify, Mr. Clark, what did you say about the not using trees and rocks and witness trees? Those don't exist in this county? I'm not sure what you were getting at.
Well, when all our property came out, it came out through the U.S. government, and it was put out, and we have 3 monuments and stuff. One of them is Mount Diablo. We're off of Mount Diablo right here, and there is errors and stuff in San Andreas. It's all between 3 and 5 foot, because one of the benchmarks that came off that was in error. And the questions we're asking, it should be more directed to the Public Works, because I think Jeff has the knowledge and stuff on it, because he is a licensed surveyor. And when we're asking questions like that, I just think we should be getting from the people that knows the thing, instead of like us trying to guess what's going on.
I think that Mr. Packinger is the surveyor for the county. I don't know if Jeff is licensed as the surveyor for the county. But, you know, I want to point out that there is no grow above this lot, right, if I went north?
Correct.
So there are 4 grows, 2 of them are in one lot, and all 4 paid their tax.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other board comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, one quick question. Mr. Maurer, in your knowledge and experience, can you advise of any reason why someone would intentionally do what's happened here? I mean, is there any benefit to it if all 4 grows were applied for and just happen to be in the wrong spot on their own land?
No, I can't state any reason why someone would intentionally do something like that.
Okay. So if this occurred, it would be, you would categorize it as possibly being an honest mistake made on misinformation?
Well, it was a mistake. You know, a mistake that was multiplied a couple times by the inaccurate site plan that was submitted. not knowing where exactly the property line was, and then cultivating an area that wasn't identified as being part of the application.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi, your lights on? Supervisor Clapp, your lights on? No? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and we're going to bring it back to the board for any comments or discussion. Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, I haven't even hit the button yet. That's all right, thank you. Having been around property in my own family in this area for generations, that is a key statement. You know where your property is. You even know where sub-pieces of a property is. If you don't, your grandparents do, somebody does. And I think the key point is that when you found out that you were in the wrong spot, to follow the urgency ordinance that says you need to immediately take care of this. If you felt that you paid the additional fee for a parcel that you weren't growing on in error, then that's another discussion. But we have 2 sites on this one parcel. There's no question about it. And based upon that and the background of these parcels, I have had personal conversations with people down at GIS as well, and I have to concur with Mr. Supervisor Clapp in that 3 to 5 feet is about the average for a variance on a lot of these lines. So that being said, I would have preferred that this person had taken the immediate action to destroy, dispose, and solve the problem rather than go through the series of delays that started back in August, and it's now February heading into March. So I think there's a responsibility on the part of the property owner to follow the requests that have been made of them and do so in a timely manner and to not to delay it out.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I would agree with Supervisor Mills that we generally do know our property lines on our external property lines. Where you've got property with a lot of internal lines and amalgamated, it's a little more questionable. And I certainly would be, if Miguel sat across the counter from me and said, you've got it on the wrong place in the middle of a property you've owned for generations, I'd want to verify that before I threw away several $100,000. Now, once it was verified, it seems like we've got someone who said, yep, you're right, I made a mistake, we verified it, and I'm fixing it. And I think that the positive intent is through the taxes. Clearly there was a mistake on the paperwork, no 2 ways about that. But we're not denying them for that. We're denying them based upon excess canopy. So I think we ought to be specific to why we denied.
I'm going to chime in here a little bit. I understand what Supervisor Mills is saying. I understand what Supervisor Garamendi is saying, which to me makes all the more importance when you brought up $700,000 crop, a couple $700,000 crops, or whatever they came out. Yeah, I thought you said 700,000. Several hundred thousand. Excuse me. Several hundred thousand. If I was going to do that, what's up there, and I was going to go into this business, and there was a disaster, and there was confusion on where property lines were, I would have first done the survey to make sure where those property lines are, whether I could try and understand where they were, or remember where they were, or thought where they were, if all the benchmarks I've known for all these years were burned away and gone. Before I invested the money, before I did any of that, I would have took the survey and made sure when I sent in my application that the lot lines were correct and the grows were staked out in the proper areas that I was asking for a permit for. And that's where I have a problem. That wasn't done. It was kind of sort of, yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, okay, this looks good to me. It ended up being wrong. They took a shot at it. They tried. But because of the circumstances of what happened, because of everything being destroyed and burned away, it turned out that they should have done a survey prior to making their cultivation sites. Unfortunately, they ended up with 2 grows on one site, and it ended up with excess canopy on it, which was part of, which is the problem as to why it's being denied. So those are my thoughts on it. Any other? If not, I'm open for a motion. Either way.
I would move we approve the denial based upon the recommendations of staff and also on the decision of the Planning Commission and their review.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2. Before we go on to the next item, item number 7, I'm going to take a break, about a 10-minute break here. We're back in session. Madam Clerk.
Item number 7, planning. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial medical cannabis registration 2016-629 for Stuart Alberts on APN 021-021-005.
Is the appellant present? You are. Okay. Hang on.
I just introduce myself.
Sure.
I'm Rick Frimmer, and I'm an attorney for Cali Farms Patient Collective. And I'd like the record to reflect that the application is not that of Stuart Alberts. It's of Cali Farms Patient Collective. That was the applicant. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to acknowledge that I know the appellant, Mr. Frimmer. We have not discussed this topic nor any things related to this, so I do not feel I am obliged to recuse myself, but I wanted to disclose that.
Thank you. Supervisor Platt?
Chair, I'll be recusing myself on this. The Alberts and my family goes back for several decades, and so I would be recusing myself on this.
And I would like to say that I did meet at one time, it's in the record here that I did meet at one time with the attorney, and I did not discuss this with anybody. I did not discuss this with the Planning Commission or the Planning Commissioner or the Planning Department, or anybody in the Planning Department or any other supervisor. I have not done that with any of the appeals that are before us today or any of the ones in the past. So I don't see any reason why I don't feel I should recuse myself going forward. So that being said, I will open the public hearing process.
Mr. Chair? Thank you. I'd just like the record to reflect that I did request the recusal of both Mr. Tofinelli and Supervisor Clapp, and I appreciate your decision. I'd like the record to note that I object to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will open the hearing process, and we will start with staff presentation.
All right, this is Miguel once more with the Planning Department. I'm here to present Appeal 2016-629. This project was denied initially for two reasons. One of the reasons was inadequate evidence of cultivation pursuant to 17.95.165.n.3.a-b, and also it was denied for providing false or misleading information pursuant to 17.95.170.8.4. These documents that were submitted with the registration, as you can see on the right, this is the plot plan that was submitted. On the left-hand side is the photograph that's required by the urgency ordinance to provide proof of cultivation prior to May 10th of 2016. As you can see from this picture, it is date stamped September 10th, 2015. You could see 4 long rows of cannabis and a smaller 5th row on the left-hand side. However, in comparing aerial imagery with the photograph submitted, the subject parcel is the one highlighted in red. The planning staff could not find any semblance of cultivation taking place on the subject parcel, especially nothing that looks like what was depicted in the photograph submitted. Upon further review, staff looked at previous aerial imagery from 2015, and once more in the highlighted area, which is the parcel, there was no evidence of cultivation taking place. However, on the parcel next to the subject parcel, on the bottom right, you can see a cannabis cultivation taking place. Planning staff looked closer, and that looked to be like the photograph that was submitted. As you can see, there are 4 long rows and a 5th smaller row on the left-hand side. In comparing the aerial with the photograph submitted, it's pretty apparent that the photograph is of this cultivation area, but this cultivation area is not on the parcel that was registered for. Therefore, the photograph submitted failed to meet the provisions of 17.95.165.n.3.a.b, which requires photographic evidence of cultivation commensurate with the amount registered for taking place on the subject parcel. Furthermore, this photograph is taken to be false or misleading. It's not of the subject parcel. It doesn't depict what was happening in actuality on the subject parcel, and it was presented as it was on the subject parcel. A little bit history with this appeal. This appeal went to the Planning Commission in 2017, I believe it was June. The Planning Commission, or during the Planning Commission hearing, the appellant nor his attorney, Mr. Firmer, were available. They had asked for a continuance a few days prior. The Planning Commission voted, and they unanimously voted to deny the request for a continuance. The appeal went on, and the Planning Commission denied the appeal. Within 15 days, the appellant appealed the Planning Commission's decision to this board. This board had a hearing, and this board found that because the appellant nor his attorney were present during the Planning Commission, they were not able to provide information that was pertinent to this appeal. And also, this board couldn't consider any new information that Mr. Firmer was bringing in because of our code or policy. Therefore, this board remanded this hearing back this appeal back to the Planning Commission. During that time, Mr. Firmer submitted some evidence of cultivation taking place. He submitted this photograph. It is date stamped May 8th, 2016. You can't see the date stamp in this picture, but he has submitted other photographs that show that date stamp. As you can see, there is somebody erecting a hoop house, as they're known. However, aerial imagery from May 31st, 2016 still does not show any this hoop house being erected on the subject parcel. Furthermore, during the last PC hearing, the remanded one, Mr. Firmer withdrew the argument, withdrew this argument and withdrew the photograph of the hoop house being erected as proof of cultivation. Another thing that happened between the hearings, during the remand hearing, planning staff noted that there was a area on the subject parcel that had been graded around August of 2016. At that point, aerial imagery couldn't really confirm what was taking place on that graded area, if it was for a house, if it was for a barn, or if it was for cultivation. However, during the time between the first Planning Commission hearing and the Board of Supervisors hearing, aerial imagery was updated, and it revealed that the area that was graded beyond May 10th was for the purposes of cultivation, which is a violation of the urgency ordinance, specifically 17.95.165.N.7, which prohibits grading for the purposes of cultivation beyond May 10th of 2016. In a brief that Mr. Firmer submitted, he submitted this photograph, or this aerial, and he modified it and added some information. On the top right, it says areas where dirt scraped by Larson. Mr. Firmer's indicating that, I believe Mr. Firmer's indicating that that squared red area is a 10,000 square foot area that was scraped for the purposes of cultivation before May 10th. He shows that there's a total fence area of 43,000 square feet, and that essentially what he's trying to show is that grading had commenced or prior to May 10th. However, aerial imagery from May 31st, 2016 does not show this. There's no grading that has taken place for the purposes of cultivation as of May 31st, 2016. As you can see, once more, there's no cultivation taking place. If you look,
you certainly can.
if you look at this area right here, this is where cultivation eventually took place. As of May 31st, there's no evidence of cultivation taking place. This looks as if somebody has driven onto the parcel, flipped around a few times, driven out. This isn't grading, certainly not commensurate with the amount applied for. If we look at aerial imagery from June 26 of 2017, we could see where the cultivation area ultimately took place. However, if you compare it with aerial imagery from May 31st, there was nothing there. So this image is just zoomed in into this area. As you can see, this isn't scraping, this isn't preparation for cultivation. If anything, it looks like somebody has driven in there, took a look around, backed up a few times, or what have you. But certainly not cultivation. And once more, this is May 31st, 2016. And June 26, 2017, we could see a fully graded area, established cultivation, and it's obvious that this grading happened beyond the May 10th, 2016 deadline, and that was the reason for the subsequent denial. And Mr. Firmer many times has claimed that this area right here was scraped for cultivation. I believe in one of his aerial images that he submitted, he claims that that's around 10,000 square feet of cultivation area prep work. However, just basing it on the aerial imagery measuring tool, this area looks to be around 2,500 square feet, not certainly not 10,000 square feet. During the Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission found that that the appellant had indeed submitted false or misleading information by submitting that photograph of the neighboring parcel. The Planning Commission also found that the appellant had not submitted adequate evidence of cultivation commensurate with what he registered for prior to May 10th of 2016 on the subject parcel. And lastly, the Planning Commission also found that grading or earth movement had taken place for the purposes of cultivation beyond the May 10th, 2016 deadline. That's it for my presentation, if there's any questions.
Any more questions? Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. The question that I have is, in the packet, is there any proof that a grading permit was issued on this particular APN?
No, a grading permit was never issued for this
parcel.
This parcel. I've confirmed it with Public Works.
Thank you, Miguel.
Okay. Appellant, you're up. Your presentation.
Board Chair.
Yes.
Just for purposes of the record, because Mr. Firmer did object to you not recusing yourself, for purposes of the record, I would just ask that you also have staff indicate whether there was any discussions about this project application with any of the board members prior to their decision of the appeal, and whether there was any discussion with any of the board members between the denial and bringing the appeals to this body.
Mr. Maurer.
Peter Maurer, Planning Director. I've had no discussion with any board member regarding this specific application or the appeals outside of these appeal hearings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard just before you sat down that mentioning something to the clerk about wanting to break at 12:15. Do you still want to do that?
Yeah, yes, and thank you. I was going to bring it up. We are going to break at 12:15 for lunch.
Since that's 5 minutes away.
We got 5 minutes.
Well, it's going to take me more than 5 minutes.
It's going to take you more than 5 minutes for your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we break for lunch now, and we will come back at 1:30.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
we're back in session, the hearing. I think the appellant is going to give us a presentation at this time. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice seeing you all again. Actually, just to take you back in history a little bit, if you remember, I appeared before you on August 8th, and I was pleasantly surprised. Okay. Okay.
You can lift it up and...
May I have permission to sit during this presentation?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so on August 8th, I was here, and you graciously allowed us to go back to the Planning Commission. And I told you at that time I didn't expect to be back, and I'm sorry that I have to be back. But the Planning Commission didn't agree with our position, so here I am. It's interesting that they always say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but pictures also tell two sides of stories. So although you saw some photographs here today, I'm going to use the same photographs and show you that it's just that the Planning Commission and we are coming, the Planning Director and I are coming from a different viewpoint. And we're not going to be talking about cultivation. We're really talking about earth moving, which is the other plank of N3, if you remember. So I'll just start the presentation by noting that the correct applicant here is Cali Farms Patient Collective. Stuart Alberts is simply an officer. And so to the extent that that was incorrect in the record, let's just make sure the record's correct on that. And the purpose of this deck is really just to highlight the grounds for appeal. I have given you twice now, once back on August 8th, and then this morning, and I apologize for the late delivery, but as I'm getting older, I'm forgetting about national holidays because where I work, we don't get the day off. And so I was here yesterday at 11 o'clock in the morning only to remind myself that you folks fortunately get the day off and I don't. So, but what I gave you this morning is almost, with two exceptions, 90% of it's the same as what I gave you back in August of last year. I also gave you a copy of this slide deck in case it's easier for you to follow on your own than follow up here. However is best for you is fine, but I wanted you to have the slide deck for future reference and also to put it into the record other than by video. The slide deck is an excerpt of the full papers. The full papers speak for themselves and they're incorporated by reference. We already discussed the recusal issue, so that's off the table. I do have a question, though. Every other time we've appeared, the notices of the hearing appeared in the Calaveras Enterprise, which, as I understand it, is the publication of general circulation in the county. And this is really more of a question. I'm not raising. This time, I noticed that the publication was only in the Valley Springs News. And when I look at the Valley Springs, and I had to find it because I couldn't find it. And when I looked at the Valley Springs News, I see that they only claim that they service 4 communities within the county. So I wonder, I know the board designated this periodical as the official one, but is it in fact a newspaper of general circulation?
Yes, please.
Yes, you are correct that we now going on about 3 years ago, the county went out to RFP for basically the paper to provide required legal service. At the time, the enterprise did not respond timely to the RFP request, which was really the primary reason that...
3 years ago? I'm sorry, did you say 3 years ago?
Yeah, it was approximately 3 years ago, I believe. 2.5. Actually, I guess it was 2.5 years ago. Because we're coming up at the end of this June as kind of the sunset of that, and the intent is to go back out to RFP again. But the reason that Valley Springs is used is that we did go out to RFP on it, and the enterprise was not responsive at that point.
Well, my point, Mr. Lutz, was that even in the last 6 months, all of the hearings, including the hearings on our bill, have been published in the Calaveras Enterprise. This is the first time.
And unfortunately, that's coincidental. What happened is, and it's it is interesting timing. When the full text of the recent ban went to the enterprise, they contacted us and said, hey, we've been doing this free of charge, which they have been. They've been doing it as basically a public service. But it hasn't been, they don't have a contract with the county to publish it. They were doing it on their own volition.
So they wanted to charge you for it? Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. I'll just note that the county code at 1798-070, I believe, requires publication in a newspaper of general circulation. I've had this issue come up in other counties. I'm not really sure this is a newspaper of general circulation. But I'm just mentioning it because I was surprised that I couldn't find the notice. And, so if it's supposed to be a public notice, and people don't know where to look for it, it's not really a public notice. Megan?
Just for clarification for the record, is that when the contract went out, the board at the time found that the Valley Springs News was a publication of general circulation and that it met the requirements for legal noticing, and that is why the county entered into a contract with Valley Springs News back approximately 3 years ago. So the board has certainly found that the Valley Springs News is a publication of general circulation within this community.
Okay. It's a new one on me, and I'm just...
Chair, I might make a note. The only paper that is distributed via a box in Vallecito is the Valley Springs News.
Okay, fair enough. Just noted that I couldn't find it until yesterday. So, all right. So we're really here for two reasons. The first is we have an appeal, obviously, on 2016-629 of the denial of the cannabis application that was made way back on June 26th, 2016. The second is not really an appeal. I wanted to point out to you that on the same day that the denial letter was issued here by the Planning Director's Office, May 15th, 2017, the Planning Director also, and I believe erroneously, sent a tax assessment letter. I'm going to get to this later, and this is just,
Planning Director does not send out the tax notice.
Whoever sent out the tax letter, it came from the same office.
That would be Barbara Sullivan.
I don't think
collector.
Is that what the exhibit shows?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just pointing out that on the same day that a denial is issued, a tax assessment is issued. So I'm going to get to this later, pointing out that I'm going to make a little presentation on this, even though it's not technically an appeal at this point. All right. So the first thing I want to raise is you heard Miguel say that after the first time we were here on August 8th, the planning director issued 2 days later, on August 10th of 2017, what they called an additional ground for denial. And I'm going to get to the substance of it later. I just want to point out one thing. The ground for denial, it's an exhibit in your package, said that they discovered, based upon new information, which were photographs that you saw, that they put up that were dated June 2nd and June 28th, 2017, that apparently, I would describe it that the canopy size looks like it moved or increased. What the letter actually said was that there was new information that an area was graded somewhere between June 9th, 2016 and August 20th, 2016. And they added a second ground for denial. Now, this under N7. As a procedural matter, this matter was on appeal as of May 30th, 2017. I've never been party to an administrative process where once something is in appeal, where the grounds for the original claim can be changed. I think the appropriate thing for the planning director to have done here would have been either to quash the original denial and issue a new denial with all of the grounds for denial, as they do in all of the cases, or this really was an after event. This was a year later. There were no plants on the site in 2016. They never got around to it. On 2017, they did plant. I'll show you later that it is not what they claimed. But the appropriate thing to have done would have been what you heard in the last appeal, number 6 on your calendar today, which was if they believed that the canopy had been increased or that the plants were in the wrong place to issue a notice of abatement. not a notice of denial. So I'm saying as a procedural matter, I don't really think you can change the scope of the grounds for denial after something is in appeal. Now, while it's pending, I think the planning director has full authority to change the grounds. But once it's an appeal, an appeal's an appeal, and the record is what the appeal is. So I'll get to the substance of it later. I'm just saying this was not correct procedurally, and it should have been done differently. So let's get to this just gives you a little bit of the case history. This has been around for a long time, as you all know. It's been up to the Planning Commission twice. And here we are almost a year and 2 months later. So this is in your papers, too. I just wanted to give you a little idea. So let's get to the meat. We've given you a number of grounds for appeal. I'm not going to be discussing all of them. I'm preserving them all. The only two I'm going to be discussing today are the 165N3 and the so-called new grounds. And we'll make it short. Okay, so history is on June 26, 2016. Cali Farms applied for a 10,000 square foot canopy license on APN 021, 020, and 005. The application was originally denied solely because of the lack of photographic evidence. Now, you saw the photograph that Mr. Contreras put up on the screen, which Mr. Alberts, who's the officer at Cali Farms, attached to the application. It was clearly the wrong photograph. He admits it in his declaration. In fact, he showed you another picture of the adjacent site where that photograph came from. He filed 2 appeals on the same day. He was here in the room. He got the picture mixed up. He put it on the wrong application. This one didn't have a picture. I just wanted to clear the record up. That picture was never intended to be attached to the application. It did not apply to the site, and it was withdrawn in the first set of papers that we rendered. He admits it was an error. It was just an error. Now, the thing that I wanted to bring up about it is, and I'm not faulting anybody, but this material was in. Obviously, the planning director was able to see this very clearly when they reviewed the application. And I think that it would have been far easier and better and more procedurally correct to have gotten in contact with Mr. Alberts and asked him whether or not he had a different photograph that he wanted to offer, because this wasn't inadvertent. He didn't know about this until the staff report came out for the first denial. So let's look at N3 for a minute, because there's 2 very important points here that I want to make when we get to the photographs. I've highlighted the language. There's nothing actually in N3 that requires photographic evidence to be date stamped on or before May 10th. The actual ordinance simply says that there has to be evidence satisfactory to the planning director that on or before May 10th, the applicant had taken demonstrable steps to do one of 2 things, either to cultivate, which is not in contention here today, or to grade or earth move. But there's actually nothing that says that the photograph has to be dated that date. It's just that the planning director has to make a determination based upon all of the evidence that on or before May 10th this occurred. And that's what's at issue here today. The second, and I point this out, is that the 2 standards in the first highlighted area are that there has to be evidence of grading and or earth moving. It's either one. And there's a difference between the 2. Grading is leveling. Grading is actually when you prepare a surface to be level. Earth moving is just moving dirt. Now, the draftspeople of this ordinance contemplated that a preparation of a garden was what was at issue. You could do one or the other. You could move dirt around to demonstrate it, or you could grade. Now, I know there are areas in the county that are steeply sloped, and the only way that you could actually prepare something is to terrace them or somehow grade, and that is true. This is not the case on this site. This is a flat site. The area chosen was deliberate because it was flat. It doesn't need any grading, and no grading was performed. Earth moving, however, was performed. Now, in the papers that the planning director gave you, the planning director cited to another section of the county code for the proposition that there is a defined term grading. And that simply is just not applicable here. These were lowercase terms, grading, earth moving. They weren't capitalized. If they were capitalized, there would either be a definition in the definition section of the ordinance, which there is not, or it could have been done by cross-reference. For example, the definition of cultivation in the urgency ordinance. There is no definition. It says that the definition that applies is the one under the California Professions Code. So they know when they want to incorporate a definition from another place, they know how to do it. Here they did not. So you can't rely on a definition that's not there to support this. Statutory rules of construction are that when words are used in lowercase fashion, they're designed to be determined in their ordinary meaning. And I've just shown you what the ordinary meanings are. You can look at the sources on these. All right? Now, it's either grading or earth moving. We are not claiming that Cali Farms performed any grading at all on this property. In fact, we would deny it. There was earth moved, however. Now, I am actually the representative of the property owner. I hired Charles Larson, a man that I did not know, never had any contact with, to perform work to get the site prepped for Cali Farms, which is simply a tenant on the property under a lease. Mr. Larson gives you a declaration, which is in your packet. I've highlighted the paragraph 6 and 7, in which he says that starting in April, he started to do some work clearing the site, that he first cleared up an access road, because if you remember from the photograph that Mr. Contreras put up, the access to parcel 005 is actually on 006, so there needed to be a little spur. He said that by the end of April, the 300-foot access road was cut, and I began the field scraping. The process lasted through May 5th, 2016. The scraping part of the work was completed fairly quickly for the 150-foot by 75-foot area. So here's the photo. This is in the county package, actually, that was taken May 1st, 2016, off TerraServer. And you can see that I've highlighted for you the proposed cultivation area in yellow. And in red, I show you the reclaimed access road. So this was the road going to, you see the 006 has the house on it with the little pond. You see the street over there, that's Oak Ridge Road. You see the driveway coming up. That is what he worked on up until the end of April. There was all grass there. I have the pointer, actually. Oh, I brought the pointer. So this was the little road. All right, it's part of the driveway, but there was no driveway here. This driveway was completely grassed over. Mr. Collard, who owned this property since 1980, hadn't used the property in 10 years. He passed away in January 2016. Ms. Colleen Downing inherited the property, and that's when this whole activity started, because she decided that she wanted to explore cannabis cultivation. So this is the work he did up until May 1st. And you can see that this is from his declaration. Now, here's the picture that you saw Mr. Contreras offer you. And let me show you what it depicts. So this picture is from May 31st. So one thing we know right away is that somewhere between May 1st and May 31st, this whole area was done. This whole access road coming off the road that I showed you in the prior picture. And now we have this leading up to this. So all of this was done with earth-moving equipment. This is still, it's a fairly flat section, this whole section. There are a few trees and shrubs, but it's mostly grass. He didn't have much work to do. He really had to remove it to the surface, just scrape it off, and clear it. Now, as it turns out, there was never any planting done on this property. All of the plants were put on pallets in smart pots. So actually, there was no reason to go underground. And the pump that serves this area is actually right on the corner over here. I'll show you that in another picture. So Mr. Larson tells you that he did the work between May 1st and May 5th, before May 10th. This photograph shows you that by May 31st, there's no question that that work was done. Now, the dispute one of the disputes that the planning director's office identifies, which I think Mr. Contreras stated clearly, is that in their view, this was just somebody driving on the property with a four-wheel truck or something or other mowing down grass. But Mr. Larson, who's a licensed business guy in this county and has been so for 30 years, tells you in his sworn statement that he actually scraped off all of the underbrush there and cleared that area. This area that I've identified is the 10,000 square foot area. Somewhere in the county director's staff report, they claim that there was an 18,000 that this whole area was 18,000 square feet. This area measured out is actually 43,456 square feet. That's an acre, a little more than an acre. It is now fenced. The green line represents the fence. That is the acre. This was the only little cultivation site. So at this point, I will say that if you accept that my interpretation or my reading of N3 allows the planning director, or actually requires the planning director, to find that if demonstrable steps were taken, and it could be shown that on or before May 10th, an area was cleared out commensurate with the size of the intended canopy by earth moving, then what you have here is a combination of a photograph, which is contemporaneous with May 10th, and somebody's who did the work signed declaration that says that the work was performed by May 5th. Now, I'll point out to you that no one from the county, as far as I know, has ever been out to the property. All of the information that you get is from satellite imagery, which is taken from 22,000 square feet, whereas site visits really would demonstrate what we're talking about. And, eyewitness testimony is always much better than imagery. And you heard a lot of discussion here today about GIS and about its limitations. So Google itself, Google Earth, which is one of the GIS, will tell you, and you can check the source on this, that for accuracy of measurements, and this includes, if you remember, Mr. Contreras stated that he thinks that that area that I showed you in the prior pictures, this was only 2,400 square feet, and measured out, it's actually 11,250 square feet. This whole area is 43,000 square feet, not 18,000 square feet. And why is that? Because even Google will tell you that we make no claims as to the accuracy of the coordinates in Google Earth. These are provided for entertainment only and should not be used for any navigation or other purpose requiring accuracy whatsoever. The best you can do is find something of known distance near your feature and see what it measures out to estimate the error in that area. So what this means is that there's no scientific value to Google Earth. You try to introduce this stuff in a court of law, it's going to be thrown out. No one can testify to it. You have to take on-site measurements. So I'm just pointing out that the discrepancy is because we're using actual measurements and the planning director is using satellite imagery. And I think, as you've seen in many of your other appeals, and including the one this morning, the accuracy level of this could be off by 50 feet in one direction or another. Clearly, the dimensions are not accurate at all, and they don't claim that they're accurate. Now, here's the aerial image that you saw before that Mr. Contreras gave you from June 9th. Now, what he stated about this was, we never saw any evidence of cultivation. But the ordinance does not require that you actually plant anything. In fact, it doesn't require that you ever plant anything. You can elect to have a license and simply decide to put it in abeyance. That's the grower's problem. I mean, if they don't want to grow, what actually happened here is that Mr. Alberts and his team put some plants on the property in 2016. They succumbed to a fungus, and there was never any harvest. So it was very short-lived. And yes, by June, nothing was there because they didn't start until later. I don't even know that they would have gotten a harvest in anyway. But there was no grow in 2016. But that's not a requirement under the ordinance. The ordinance doesn't say you have to have plants on the property. You either have to show cultivation, that's one, or show earth moving. We never claimed that there was any cultivation here. It started in 2017. So here we are. I'm just showing you the same photograph that they used. Yes, it's clear there's no cultivation there, but look at the area of the cultivation site. That is really something more than some guy with a four-wheel truck. And the only way you'd know that, by the way, is someone from the county coming out and taking issue with Mr. Larson, who did the work. Here's the same photo. I bring it up only because you see that I actually asked Mr. Larson later on in the year, before we put the fence up, as a requirement of the ordinance, to scrape off dirt in the remainder of the area so that we could use it for other purposes. I intended to put some ornamental greenhouses on there, store some equipment, tool shed, etc. While he was out there, I had him do the work. That's all that shows. But you'll see that the planning director cites this activity in part for the second ground for denial, which I'll get to later, which has nothing to do with cultivation. So on the question of whether or not the application should be granted in the first instance based upon compliance with N3, I submit to you that there is ample evidence, using date-stamped photography, by the way, and using the declaration of Charles Larson, the guy that did the work, that there was a cultivation site prepared, earth was moved, slightly greater than 10,000 square feet before May 10th. That's the only standard in the ordinance. Now, let's get to the second ground. And this one, as I say, procedurally, I think they did this the wrong way. But substantively, I don't know that it's going to matter that much. So what the planning director cites is N7 for the proposition that if you expand an area in which there is a cultivation site, that automatically that somehow constitutes a violation of N7. But actually, the only part of it that's fatal is if you're actually expanding it for the purpose of using it for cultivation, not if you simply do what we did, which was to clear the area out so that it could be fenced. I've highlighted the language for you. He is correct. As of May 10th, all grading and earth moving in the portion of the parcel to be used for cultivation shall be complete. You could clear 4 acres. You can clear 10 acres. There's nothing in N7 that says you can't do that. You just can't. So this was put in there to prevent you from starting an earth-moving operation, clearing out half of the intended cultivation site, and then coming back after May 10th and completing the work. It's not to prevent you from clearing the rest of your property. You can do that. He also relies on the last sentence, no additional grading or earth moving for this purpose of establishing or expanding a commercial cannabis cultivation site shall be permitted after May 10th. Again, we have grading or earth moving, okay? Yes, if more earth was moved here, or if grading was done for the purpose of establishing or expanding a cannabis cultivation site, I would agree that something was wrong here, but that's not what was done. Let's take a look at the photographs. All right, so first, as I stated, the only earth movement after May 5th, 2016 was to clear out the area outside the cultivation area. And I'll show you the photographs in a minute. No expansion, and the county photographs do not support the denial. So here is the photograph that Mr. Contreras showed you from June 2nd, 2017. This is what he showed you. Now here, I've highlighted for you the cultivation site. I blew it up best I could. There are the plants. They're all within that area as of June 2nd. Now fast forward to June 28th, and this is the one he showed you. Here we have the cultivation area, and there's no question there were plants outside. These plants were on pallets. The pump that services this area is located right there. You can see the solar panels. That's the little black square. Pump's right underneath them. This pump broke somewhere after June 2nd. I hired a contractor, Pumpco, out of San Andreas to come and repair it. This road is the only way they can get up there. And so I asked Cali Farms to move the plants from this area here and this area here over to here temporarily so that the truck could get up here. It's a huge truck. They had to lift the pump out of the ground. It's 760 feet deep. So they had to bring the big piece of equipment in 25-foot sections at a time. I had to lift it and take it out. Shortly after June 28th, these plants were put back. They are no longer there. Now, if the planning director had simply issued a notice of abatement, which is what they did in the last appeal that you heard, those plants would have been moved very timely and put back. Instead, he uses it as grounds that the cultivation area was expanded. And in fact, there was no expansion. These plants were simply over here, and they were moved over here temporarily. Okay, now, I just want to raise this because the decision you make today...
Mr. Firmer, I would just like to clarify. It's my understanding that you're going to be going into the canopy tax and the issue of the canopy tax And it's my understanding that nothing related to Measure C or the tax was brought up at any of the prior appeal hearings. And I just want to make sure that the record is clear that according to our procedures, all issues have to be presented at one of the prior appeal hearings. If that hasn't occurred, any new evidence, it's in the discretion of the board to receive it, and it is in the board's discretion to remand it back to the Planning Commission if they deem that the information rises to the level that they would have to have the Planning Commission consider it. So just for clarification purposes, this is new information that has not been brought up, nor has it been presented to the Planning Commission in prior hearings.
I appreciate that, Counsel, and thank you. I'm not here to appeal it.
Chair, I have a point of order on that as well. There's an appeal process for the assessment of taxes. It's on the face of the exhibit he provided. You can make an appeal to the CAO's office, which can then be appealed to the Administrative Hearing Office. And that appeal was not undertaken, and there's no reason that that should be litigated here today.
And I'm not proposing to litigate it. I simply want to...
I want to poll the board first to find out if they want to go forward with this, how they feel about it or what. Supervisor Mills?
I would just soon not go forward with this
Supervisor
discussion.
Oliveira?
I would concur with Supervisor Mills and not address this issue at this time.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I don't think it's germane to the issue.
I'm in agreement with the other three, excuse me. That makes four of us, so we will not hear this evidence.
Fine, then I'm through with my presentation. Do you need to plug that in?
That concludes your initial presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We will go to public. Is there any public comments?
I'll go back to the station over there.
No public comments? We'll go to staff summation and rebuttal.
So Mr. Firmer has alleged that his client, or Kelly Farms, moved earth prior to May 10th, 2016 in order to establish a cannabis cultivation area. And he showed pictures of grading and a declaration by the grading contractor that he had done work on this site prior to May 10th. Mr. Larson, I believe the contractor's name was, stated that he had scraped it down to bare a couple of inches into the ground for the road, as well as scraped the vegetation away. I don't remember the exact language that was in the declaration. But this photograph, which was taken on, aerial image taken on May 31st, does not show down to bare earth. It shows some tracks, whether they're tire tracks or tractor tread, but there's certainly no evidence of any scraping of earth, any earth movement having been done. It's just simply they've driven across what now appeared to be dry grass. And so we do not believe that there is any evidence whatsoever of earth movement having taken place. With regard to the suggestion that I contact the applicant and say, hey, the photograph that you submitted doesn't reflect what was on the property. Do you have anything more you can give me? It was the responsibility of the registrant to submit proper information at the time. And there wasn't any. And it's not my responsibility to go track down 740 different registrants when I didn't have the information. Some people were very clear in their information they gave to us, others were not. And this was simply one that just did not show any evidence whatsoever. And the only evidence that they purported to show for cultivation or preparation of the site, earth movement, was the one photograph showing the adjacent parcels. We did not feel it was necessary for us to reach out to the registrant and say, hey, do you have any more information? It seemed clear to us that this was just simply false information. finally, with the idea that we added a new ground for denial during the appeal process. Procedurally, that may not be the most appropriate course of action. The alternative would be to sort of start the process over again. And maybe that's what was the desire of the appellant to, sort of start the clock over again on this. But rather than, the alternative would be to have the registration denial appeal granted by the Planning Commission, referred back to us, and then we denied again on a second reason. This sort of consolidate the process, let the appellant know, without having to refile an appeal, that here are other reasons, and it, in our opinion, simplified the process and expedited the process for both the county and the appellant. We are inundated with applications and appeals, and we thought this was just a way to expedite the process when we identified, because we had received new aerial imaging that clearly showed that grading had occurred after May 10th for the purpose of cultivation. There was a much larger area of grading that occurred. Granted, there weren't plants on that, but this whole area is a cultivation area. And the grading occurred. If they'd only graded just the footprint of the plants, they probably couldn't have utilized that space because they need area to get around it. So for us, this grading was for the purpose of cultivation, and clearly was in violation of the requirement that grading had to have been done prior to May 10, 2016. If you compare that with the May 31st photograph, grading occurred much later than that fact. And whether, as contended that it was going to be used for some other storage, cultivation occurred in that graded area. So grading did occur, and it was in violation of Section N7 of the code.
Now we're going to have summation and rebuttal by appellant.
Chair, if you don't mind, I have
Okay, if we're not done, staff, let's finish.
With reference to the adding of a new basis for denial, Peter hit on the reasons why that's sound public policy, because if an appellant were to prevail at their hearings, it would simply go back to Peter for further processing, and then the process would be started over again for denial. Additionally, because the appellant is provided with notice of the additional basis and is afforded an opportunity here to be heard, there's no due process issue implicated, and as indicated by Peter, it's just sound public policy.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Appellant.
Thank you, sir. All right, so first, I'll only say this, that where you have two different contrary views about what something represents, and one is not based upon any eyewitness view and is taken from 22,000 feet, and you have another one that is based upon eyewitness on-the-ground view, you really can't give a lot of weight to a 22,000 foot. What are we asking here? We're asking, if the guy who does the work says that he scraped to 2 or 3 inches below the surface to prepare the area, he had to have moved dirt. Now, I appreciate that the planning director, looking with his, obviously 20/20 vision from 22,000 feet, could have a different view of it. But it's not the same as if somebody had come out and said that that is just not true. So you have to weigh the difference between someone with an on-site, on-the-ground, telling you what he did, and somebody looking at it from 22,000 feet. And so we can disagree. There's no disagreement over that something happened there. It's just that the planning director's view is that that's not what happened. And by the way, these little marks, which you see, I'm going to highlight them. So obviously this is where the guy turned around, but that is not in the area that I identified before for you, okay? Secondly, the proposition that an entire area which is cleared becomes a cultivation area if it's not intended to be used for cultivation or wasn't used for cultivation is just patently wrong. I should be able to take this entire area, if I want to, and clear it of underbrush, plant anything else I want over there. That does not automatically, because it's adjacent to this, become part of the cultivation area. The cultivation area is a defined term in the ordinance, which is the place at which the plants are put. You can put equipment someplace else. It doesn't include tertiary buildings. It doesn't include storage. It wouldn't include, if I kept hoses and other things like that. No, this is the place where the plants go. And virtually everybody has some other area of the property that they keep the heavy equipment on. So what we're talking about here is the cultivation area. There's a distinction between the cultivation area and the surrounding area. And so that's the second question. Now the third, on the new denial. Again, the difference between, and I thank the planning director for clarifying that, yes, public policy may be that you shortcut things. But let's face it, the IRS doesn't get to audit your tax return twice in a year. If they send you a determination letter and it's in court, they don't get to add new grounds. In fact, they don't get to, if the appeals people or the court agrees with you, that year is closed. They don't get to come back and keep taking another bite out of the apple. This process would be ridiculous if applicants either get registered and then the planning director comes back later on and says, oh, we got new evidence of something else, and you keep opening it back up again. That's where the notices of abatement come in. But we're talking about adding counts to a denial, and I've seen these letters. They check off every box that's a possible grounds for denial. Here there was only 2. And then all of a sudden, after it came to the board remanded it to the Planning Commission, did they add another one. Now, procedurally, I think we can agree that it wasn't done right. Public policy, fine, maybe good public policy. On the substance, which is really what I'm focusing on here, what I showed you was that the plants were in the cultivation area on June 2nd. They were temporarily moved outside that cultivation area on June 28th for the purpose of repairing the pump, which, by the way, in this photograph is right there. And then they were put back. Now, if, in fact, the public policy would have been issue a notice of abatement, we would have been able to demonstrate that that had been achieved within a short period of time, probably within days. But the planning director chose to make it an issue for the Planning Commission. And so that's how we had to attack it. And in fact, it was abated anyway. Any questions?
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Firmer, excuse me, Peter, the area outlined in red on the plot plan for the application, is that the location? This is the location on the plot plan that the application had for the grow?
That's the area where the 2017, June 2017 aerial image showed cannabis plants.
When they turn in their plot plan for their application, is that the same location?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so where is it on this? Sorry. Okay, up top.
So here's the road going to the house. Here's the access road. Now it was shown, remember this plant, it was shown this way. It should have been shown that way, but it was, generalized area. And that's exactly where it is. Here's the pump. You see the...
Could you go back to the Google Earth image, please? No, the one with the grow on it. Oh, keep going. Where's the one that you had with, next one? That one. So, Mr. Firmer, are you alleging that this image is false?
No. Peter, can you go back to the last one? Okay, so look. Supervisor, what I'm saying is, here, this is the area that was depicted. Here's the pump. You can see it.
Right.
So the area that we showed in the other photo, which is, now this doesn't show you the plot plan, obviously. This is a blown-up section of 1 acre of a 40-acre site.
I understand.
Okay? So what you saw in the plot plan, here's the road, here was the area. Now, it was drawn this way instead of this way, but the clearing area is right here. Okay? It's these 3 rows that were moved From here, closer to the pump, back here, they're on pallets. So all they had to do is bring a front-end loader in. It took no time at all. They moved them temporarily from this area here, where they would have been within the area, to over here, and they were moved promptly back again once the pump was fixed. This is the only access.
Can you go back to that other image? Okay, so you're telling me that at the date of this thing, the plants were there and they're moved. Is that what you're saying?
Plants were all in this area here.
And they were moved.
And these plants were moved partially from over here to over here.
I got to tell you, I don't see any evidence of dirt moving there. And if you're moving that many plants, there'd be a lot more crushed grass.
No, this picture was taken a year before the plants were actually there, Supervisor. These pictures are a year apart. Could you move to the other picture?
May 31st, 2016 here.
See, this is a year later. Okay? These plants were moved from here to here.
I was back on the other image. I'm trying to find some evidence of cultivation.
You don't need
siting, and I know you've got a different definition of it.
No cultivation, Supervisor. Cultivation is not what we're basing it on here. You don't need, under the ordinance, to actually have any cultivation. It's either or. You either show cultivation or earth movement.
Okay, well, I don't see either.
This is the area where the earth was moved. This is what Mr. Larson did.
You're telling me that is moved earth?
Not this.
No, this right here.
This. Well, he dug 3 inches under the surface. Now, this could be brush that he left there. He didn't have a blower.
I was really looking forward to this because I went back and watched our video of August 8th, and I think I said, "Do you sincerely believe?" And your comment was, "We won't be back here again, and you'll convince the Planning Commission," and it's a slam dunk. And I'm looking for that silver bullet you promised me.
I commissioned this work. The man did the work as we told him to do it. And I have every confidence that Larson did what he said he was going to do. Mr. Alberts told me you have Mr. Alberts' declaration that says that he did what he was going to do, and that this was all intended to be done before the May 10th date. But let me just say this. The May 10th issue is total coincidence. Photographic evidence had never been required in any draft of the ordinance that was presented for public comment or otherwise prior to the urgency ordinance. Every prior one required either nothing or 2 affidavits from third parties. No one would have known to take actual photographs because the ordinance was passed without, as you know, as an urgency ordinance without public notice and hearing. This whole concept of photographic evidence was put in at the last second. Nobody knew about it. I doubt very much whether you're going to see anybody with good photographs that they took in the early part of in the last month or two of 2016. They would have had to have the crystal ball, that's something, or inside information about what was going on in the planning department. But I can only tell you that I have every confidence that this is what they say it is. I wouldn't be here. I'm not a guy who does frivolous litigation. I didn't fly 300 miles up here for nothing. And the difference that we have is that the planning director is looking at this from 22,000 feet, as you are. And I can understand, maybe from 22,000 feet, it doesn't show it as clearly as it should. But when the guy on the ground is telling you what he did, you have to give weight to that. And that's all I'm asking you to do.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes. I know, Peter, you had mentioned something about the picture being wrong on the application. Can you give me some idea when that picture was withdrawn?
I believe it was withdrawn at the Planning Commission hearing. Is that correct?
I withdrew it. After we submitted the material to the Planning Commission, I reviewed everything, and I realized that that really wasn't probative of anything, and we didn't want to waste the board's time or the Planning Commissioner's time with it.
In your comments, you said something about the road coming in, and you also said something about a few inches of dirt being moved to scrape the area. I'm just going to roughly say, you know, if you're looking at a 10-foot wide road and 400 feet long, you're at about 26 cubic yards, just a couple of inches. If you're looking at your 10,000 square foot pad, that's not the area outside of the pad. You're at 31 cubic yards on that. My question is, did anybody get a grading permit?
I asked Mr. Larson 3 times whether he moved anything that would require a grading permit. He's been in this county and done work for 26, 28 years, and he said no. You can see that now, earth movement, by the way, in the ordinance has no boundaries. There's no minimum and there's no maximum.
But earth movement within Calaveras County Code does have boundaries.
But point is, within the ordinance, all we're asking for is any earth movement. It doesn't have to be 5 cubic yards, 500 cubic yards, 5,000 cubic yards. It simply says earth movement. It doesn't say of a minimum amount or whatever.
Okay.
Okay? And
Next question is, you had said something about removing a few trees.
Oh,
Would that be,
let's see.
that would be this tree?
No, they were over here, actually. I think these were removed.
Well,
Yeah.
I've got all of those trees here missing.
These, well, those might have been removed too. Yeah.
Well, do you believe under PR 4571A that you might be involved in some type of land conversion?
No. 2 trees?
Well, yes, but you're converting land that has trees on it to land that has no trees on it. Was CAL FIRE ever notified?
No.
Okay.
It was done by a licensed tree removal guy.
You said
I
something
don't know
about
that that's, I don't
you have
know.
a pump there?
Sorry?
There's a pump on this side up in
Yeah,
here?
you can see it in the other, Peter, could you?
So did they drill a well there, or was there a well
The well's
there?
been there for 30 years.
So there was a well there, they
Yes.
just took advantage of it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for now.
Any other board questions? If not, we'll kick it back out to public. Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Is there any more board questions?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if it's within the scope of the parameters, but Mr. Frimmer made a statement about there is no qualifications for earth movement. And the section of the ordinance is actually, it says, earth movement commensurate with the area to be cultivated. So we would need to have seen 10,000 square feet of earth movement, you know, the area commensurate with that size of a cultivation area. So there are parameters. Just want to clarify.
There are parameters. I have a couple. Supervisor Olivera, your light's on.
I'm going to reserve my comments to after I hear yours, Supervisor Tocanelli, because I'm kind of on the same subject that I think you're going to inquire about.
Well,
Go ahead.
can you go back to the previous picture? That one there, the one that we keep flipping back and forth from. And everybody's concentrating on this area right here. I, on the other hand, am reading the documentation that was presented to us. And it says that on behalf of WEC, I was contacted with Mr. Larson to cut an access road to the field from the existing driveway at 8535 parcel, and to scrape the grass and small brushes off a portion of the area of the field about 150 feet by 75 feet wide at the end of the access road. He also says Mr. Larson performed the work in mid-April through the end of the month and into early May. I was informed that most of the work was completed by May 5th, 2016. May 5th, 2016. And Larson, who was very busy at the time, came back later in May to put a rock down on the access portion of the road. Well, I'm looking at this, and this is May 31st, 2016. This picture right here, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm looking at this access road, and I'm looking right down the center of it, and I'm seeing brush. I'm seeing all kinds of growth. I'm seeing nothing but heavy brush in this area right here leading up to that. Can we go to the next picture that was taken on June 2nd? That's all been removed. That's wider. That's been cut in. That's been graded. That's been going in and out there. So all that work was done after May 31st, 2016, not before. All this area here has been scraped or graded out versus the other picture. So I'm not buying that this work was all done prior to May 5th. When you go to the May 31st picture where it shows nothing was done to that road. That road is not in the same condition that it was on June 2nd. So I'm on the previous thing. So I'm concerned about that on what's being said there. I'm also looking at the picture where it was actually scraped, and you can see that this is scraped, 21,000 foot or whatever. That doesn't look the same as the previous picture on March 31st. It doesn't have all of this grass area and all of this done. That's been done after that. These are all been removed. This has all been removed here. This has all been scraped down. So as far as what's being said here, I don't see that the grading, I believe grading was done in here. Just from how wide this is here and how that's all has heavy growth on it. On this picture it's now wider. Testimony be given here is he cut a road in. He didn't say he removed brush on it. And he's an experienced contractor. That's what he does for a living. He said he cut a road in. So that's the testimony that's been given to us here for us to judge on the slide. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Supervisor Mill, your line is on.
Yeah, just for the record, I have been referring to a cubic yards contract or calculator here in case anybody wanted to know why I was flashing my phone around. So it came up 150 times 75, even if it's 1 inch deep, is almost 35 cubic yards. Just for reference.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Once again, Supervisor Tofinelli, you answered my question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I just comment on one thing you said?
I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's all I need.
That's it.
So this road here is not at issue here. What's at issue is the cultivation area. Access to it and from it is not part of it. And this area over here is not part of the cultivation area. It's just not relevant to the inquiry here, which is whether or not this area was the subject of earth moving. And in my last 10 seconds, Mr. Moorer said that there is a measurement rule. It is not. The ordinance simply says earth moving in an area commensurate with the area to be cultivated. It's not a measurement of how much earth. It's a measurement of the square footage. It has to be consistent with the canopy that was applied for, not the amount of earth moved. Thank you.
Board Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify for this board, there's been a lot of discussion about language of the urgency ordinance, what earth movement is, how to interpret it, things of that nature. And I just want this board I want to reiterate to this board, I know we've had discussions about this in the past and prior appeals, but that ultimately this board interprets the language and the intent of its own ordinance. So what earth movement is, what commensurate with the cultivation area is, that is in this board's discretion as far as how you interpret the language of its own ordinance. And so ultimately this board needs to interpret what the language of the ordinance says and apply it to the facts that are presented to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. Mr. Maurer, is there a requirement when you are grading earth moving for the purpose of cultivation of cannabis, is there a requirement for any type of grading permit? Is that based on any standard of the amount of dirt removed?
There are standards that the Public Works Department has for issuance of various grading permits, or I don't have the language right in front of me. Even if you are, I believe it's 50 cubic yards is the threshold for an actual grading permit. But there's a grading letter, I believe it's required, for less than that. and the purpose is to ensure there's proper erosion control and things like that, even if you're not moving a lot of dirt itself, that permits are required or authorizations required from the county to do earth movement.
And in this particular circumstance, would that letter, a grading letter, be required for the cultivation of cannabis on this particular plot?
Well, I don't know. It would appear, but again, we're looking at an aerial image. I'm not looking on the ground. I don't know how deep any cuts were for this site. And so it's hard for me to tell whether or not this would cross the threshold for an actual grading permit. That would be something an engineer would have to make a determination on.
And one final note, to your knowledge or to planning department's knowledge, there was no letter such stating in the file. Is that correct?
There's nothing like that in the file.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other board questions? If not, we're going to close the hearing. I'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll come back for board deliberations or discussions. Supervisor Mills, I see you're about to turn your light on.
I think it's very clear from the photographic evidence that the activity occurred after May 10th. There's nothing here to support that it was happening before, other than just simply vehicles driving in there, turning around, and driving out. Everything else just keeps coming back to this would not have happened had they, and I'm talking about the whole area, including the driveway, would not have happened if they weren't going to grow in that location. So I can't separate the outside perimeter from what happened on the inside of the perimeter simply because it all works together. And that is my greatest concern is how much additional that was done here on top of just the plot plan itself for the grow.
I'll have to agree with you. It all fits together. It all is part of the cultivation site itself. In order to get there, what you needed to do to get there, to access it, to bring in whatever you needed to bring in, to do your grow there. So it all fits in. It all sets up for you to be able to do what you're showing here on the photo for your grow. I'm seeing other things there that actually had to be brought in. So I'll have to agree with Supervisor Mills and that it's all germane, it's all together. Any other comments? All right.
Point of order, please.
Point of order, George, what?
Have any of you supervisors been out on the site?
That's not a point of order.
Yes.
That should have been a comment or a question asked during public comments, George. Thank you. I'm open for a motion at this time.
I would make the motion to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this application, following the guidelines that were set forth.
I'll go ahead and second, Mr. Chair.
So a motion by Supervisor Mills, a second by Supervisor Oliveira. I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Yes, ask Supervisor Kraft to return, please. All right, Madam Clerk, item number 8.
Item number 8, planning, conduct a hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-832 for Ortal Gabe at a site located at 5340 Hopper Road, McCollum Hill, APN number 016-024-057.
All right, we're all in the room, so planning.
All right. Once more, this is Miguel. I'm here to present 2016-832, which is an appeal of a Planning Commission's denial of an appeal of the Planning Director's denial of application 2016-832. The reason
Miguel, is the applicant present? You are, okay. I just want to make sure before we go through this, you're present.
Yeah, I'm filling in for my colleague, Mr. Molinelli, so I'll handle the presentation on his behalf.
All right.
Thank you.
Your name?
Adrian Lambie.
Mr. Lambie.
All right, so this registration was denied for similar reasons as the previous one. Earth moving or grading occurred on the parcel beyond the May 10th, 2016 deadline for the purpose of establishing a cultivation site. The registrant also failed to produce any documentation that or photographic evidence that showed cultivation happening on a parcel prior to May 10th, 2016, or any photographic evidence of earth movement or grading commensurate with the area to be cultivated prior to May 10th, 2016. And lastly, there were some images that were submitted, but the planning department found them to be false and misleading, and that's another reason for denial. Just real quick, the 5-acre parcel is located at 5340 Harbor Road, Moke Hill. This is the plot plan that was submitted with the registration. As you can see, the registrant depicts a 22,000 square foot cultivation area over here. Above it, you can see an access road of sorts. However, aerial imagery from May 31st, 2016 does not show what the plot plan depicts. This is where the cultivation area was depicted in the plot plan. You can see because of the access road that loops around it. And as you can see, there is no cultivation taking place in this area. This is county aerial imagery from June 3rd, 2016, just a few days later from the previous image. Still no cultivation taking place. However, when we jump to August 20th of 2016, there is a stark difference between June 3rd and August 20th, as in this whole swath of land and vegetation was cleared for the purposes of cultivation. You can see rows of pots of cannabis. The access road got shifted north. These are the photographs that were submitted with the registration. This photo is from July 5th, 2015. However, during the Planning Commission hearing, it was established by the appellant and his counsel that this photo was in fact not accurate, or it didn't belong with the packet. It was an incorrect photograph that one of the appellant's workers took and submitted, but of perhaps an incorrect parcel. So this photo, in reality, holds no relevance. This photo, however, is the photo that the appellant and his counsel indicated to be the photographic evidence of cultivation taking place prior to May 10th of 2016. This photo is dated April 26th, however, there's no year. It's to be assumed that April 26th date was from 2016. Just real quick, as you can see, there's an open field. We have a tractor moving earth. We have a few workers. However, aerial imagery from, actually this aerial imagery is from 2015. Aerial imagery from May 31st, 2016 shows nothing that reflects this photograph right here. A month later, we have no indication that this photo was was in fact taken on that parcel on that date, showing that cultivation activity taking place. As previously stated, activities not occurring on the parcel, activities required to occur prior to May 10th. None of this had happened. This is why the planning department deemed those photographs to be false and misleading.
Sorry for the confusion. This appeal actually was handled by another planner who's no longer working for the county, so Miguel graciously offered to step in and present the item, but I think we can just skip over this slide. So in this case, the appellant is stating that, yes, he admits that the one photo submitted was not accurate, but he did arrive in Calaveras County in 2015, began cultivating, and then in 2016 did some grading, claims it was on the site. Again, we have no evidence of that, but is followed up with a grading permit application, paid the taxes, and that was basically the basis of his appeal before the Planning Commission. Some of the information, there one photograph that showed the tractor and the grading, and there was an outhouse in the background. The claim was that spot there was I don't know if that was the tractor or the outhouse, and that was the area where the grading was occurring in that photograph. If that was the case, it had nothing to do with what ultimately became the cultivation area. And again, we don't see any evidence of any grading having occurred in that area. There is a little white spot there that it's hard to tell what it is, again, based on the quality of that image. But you can clearly see that it's just an open field, natural vegetation on the site. And again, there's nothing really showing on May 31st that the area within the loop of the road, that any cultivation activity had been occurring on this parcel. So I guess, maybe just rather than go through these slides, which we're not that familiar with, I apologize. Our position is that there was, the misleading evidence of the photographs, and whether, like the last one, whether you intended to submit it or not, that was all we had for evidence of prior activity. We have no evidence of the grading activity occurring. By looking at the aerial photos, there's no signs of any kind of grading that had occurred on the site, and that clearly they graded well beyond that after May 10th, as shown in the August photograph from 2016. So those were the reasons for denial, and those reasons for denial were upheld by the Planning Commission for those very reasons. Do you have any questions of us?
Any questions? Staff? If not, we'll hear from the appellant.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Adrian Lambie. I'm a colleague of Mr. Molinelli's at Archer Norris. I'm filling in for him with respect to this appeal because an urgent matter prevented him from being here. So, like the Planning Department, I have done my best to familiarize myself with this matter, but I too did not handle the underlying Planning Commission appeal, so I apologize in advance for any gaps in my knowledge, but I will do my best. First and foremost, I want to address a matter that was raised by Mr. Molinelli in a letter to this board at the end of last week, which relates to the jurisdictional and decisional basis for this appeal. As set forth in that letter, which I hope you have had an opportunity to review, it is beyond doubt that the urgency ordinance upon which this registration and the ensuing denial based has expired and is no longer in effect. It expired on its own terms on February 14th. Now, it's obvious this board has passed what is intended to be a successor ordinance to the urgency ordinance. That is in the form of the ban ordinance that was passed on January 10. However, pursuant to Section 25124 of the Government Code and to Section 5 of the ban ordinance itself, that ordinance does not become effective until 30 days after its publication in a newspaper of general circulation in the county. My understanding is that the newspaper for official notices, and I think we touched on this earlier, for the board is the Valley Springs News. The ordinance was not published in the Valley Springs News until February 7, 2018 is my understanding. 30 days from that date of publication is March 9, which would be by the ban ordinance's own terms and the applicable provision of the Government Code when that ordinance becomes effective. We therefore find ourselves in a vacuum wherein Chapter 17.95 of the County Code, wherein the ordinance, the urgency ordinance was previously codified, has been rescinded. That is no longer the law of Calaveras County. And the successor ordinance has not yet taken effect. So, as a consequence of that, as Mr. Molinelli set forth in his letter, we would submit that there's no decisional basis for the board to decide this appeal. The code section on which the very denial is based, right, which was 17.95.170, that code section no longer exists. And it hasn't been replaced with anything, which presents an interesting quandary of what to do with administrative hearings that are ongoing during this period. And as submitted in Mr. Molinelli's letter, we think the case of Governing Board versus Mann is germane to this issue. In that case, you had a teacher who was dismissed from his position, coincidentally enough, for possession of cannabis. He appealed the school district's decision to dismiss him on that grounds in court. The trial court found against the teacher and upheld his dismissal. He appealed that decision to the Court of Appeal. During the pendency of his appeal, the statute authorizing his dismissal for possession of marijuana was rescinded, or repealed more accurately, by the state legislature. Presented with the question of what to do under those circumstances, the Supreme Court of California said, well, it's simple. We have to rescind this teacher's dismissal because the statute that authorized it in the first place is gone. And the appeal is immediately terminated because there's no basis on which to appeal this decision anymore. Substantially the same thing has occurred here. We have a registration. That registration was denied based on 17.95.170 of the county code. Before that decision can become final, of course, the applicant is entitled to exercise his administrative appeal rights, which is what he has done. During the pendency of that appeal, the statute on which the denial was based has expired. There's no successor statute. There's no language in the urgency ordinance that suggests it's intended to last beyond February 14th. Indeed, that might be unlawful under the state authorizing statute for urgency ordinances. So we would submit that the exact same outcome as occurred in Governing Board versus Mann ought to occur here, which is that the denial must be rescinded. And I anticipate a response from counsel, which is that, okay, but so why are we here at all, right? Aren't the registrations also expired? Aren't they of no moment? And I would point out that under the urgency ordinance's own terms, the registrations issued under that ordinance are intended to survive the expiration of the ordinance. Indeed, they survive for 90 days after a successor ordinance takes effect. But the remaining provisions of the urgency ordinance have no such language suggesting that they ought to be prolonged following expiration of the ordinance. So under that fact set, my office submits that there's no basis for the board to make a substantive determination on this appeal because the statute that would have allowed it to do so is gone and hasn't been replaced. Instead, what ought to happen is the denial ought to be revoked and this appeal process terminated. And at that point, our client will join the remainder of the applicant pool in this county whose registrations will expire as a consequence of the ban ordinance taking effect. So I want to address that issue. I wanted to address that issue first and foremost because I think it is potentially dispositive of this appeal. That being said, I will talk briefly about the merits of the case as an alternative argument, and I don't want that to be construed in any way of a waiver of what I've articulated already. But in the event that the board does feel it has the jurisdiction and sufficient statutory guidance to proceed with the appeal, I would point the board's attention briefly to the declaration which was included in the staff packet wherein Mr. Gabay, my client, explains that the reason he submitted the photo that ultimately was determined not to be of the correct site was because he didn't have any firsthand knowledge to discern that. He was relying on photos provided to him by an employee because he wasn't in the county at the time the photos were taken. There was clearly a mistake or perhaps even a misrepresentation, an intentional misrepresentation of that employee to Mr. Gabay. In any event, he inadvertently submitted two photos, one of which was of the incorrect site, and one of which he maintains was of the correct site. And I think we've heard from the department their hypothesis that that second photo, which shows the outhouse and the tractor doing some grading. Oh, yep, right there. So we talked about the hypothesis that it's in the northerly, that was actually taken in the northerly part of the parcel where we do see some clearing and a potential cultivation site from 2015. I think the department finds that unconvincing, but we have Mr. Gabay's declaration to the contrary. So what in effect happened is there was a cultivation site that was too close to the property boundary. In the northerly part of the parcel, it would have been well within the 75-foot setback. So to Mr. Gabay's understanding of the ordinance, he was entitled to what's been termed a proportional adjustment to relocate the site out of the 75-foot setback zone to a more appropriate area in the interior of the parcel. It's not disputed that the correct protocol for that relocation was not followed. That was based on ignorance by Mr. Gabay, not based on any intent to flaunt the ordinance. And I believe he has expressed regret and contrition for that decision at prior hearings, but nonetheless it was made in good faith and in error. So I would just submit that to the extent the board reaches the merits, it should consider that this was not, as may have been suggested by the department, an entirely new cultivation on this parcel. There was existing cultivation, it was just in a different place, and it was relocated by Mr. Gabay, believing in good faith that he had the right to do so, not realizing that there were additional submittals required to the planning department to do that. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? No? Yep.
Just so I'm crystal clear. So Mr. Gabay is claiming that we could go, there's other photos, but he was growing on this in 2015 prior to the fire. That's where this picture was, I'm assuming that's obviously prior to the fire. And with the setbacks and our new rule, he then subsequently moved his grow to a different site on a different plot.
That's accurate with the exception that I don't think it was Mr. Gabay who was doing the cultivation. There was cultivation on the site in 2015, and so he arrived on the scene after that fact. But other than that, I believe that's correct.
Council, or Peter, does that matter in the application? I haven't faced this one before.
No, it doesn't matter who was doing the cultivation, whether or not there was actual cultivation going on the property prior to May 10th, 2016. And then number of other requirements as far as ownership or lease agreement with the property owner.
So are we disputing whether they were growing in 2015?
That's correct. The issue here is whether they actually were cultivating on the site prior to May 10th.
The only evidence that we have that they were is this photo, which is declared not correct, correct?
That's correct.
Not this photo. This photo is the one that's declared not correct, 2015 one. This is the photo that's...
Can you take me back to the post-fire aerials? Yeah, that one. And they're saying that, look at this. These are great. They're saying that this is where they're growing before the fire?
I believe so, yes.
And then after the fire, this was the second grow was...
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
So this was a prior to the fire grow. This was post-fire grow down here, correct?
I believe that's correct.
That's what we're talking about. Yes. I don't suppose we've gotten the aerial images of 2015.
July 27, 2015.
All right. So this is the same spot, right?
Correct.
Where they said they're growing in 2015.
Correct.
So it would be in the ground or on plots by then. Councilor, is there any debate about this photo?
No, I don't think that shows any plants. I think that's beyond dispute. It does show a cleared area up there, but I agree. It appears clear that there are no plants there when that photo was taken.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? No? Supervisor Oliveira.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear from council on the first issue discussed by council.
We're getting to that.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? Council.
Mr. Lambie brought up the Mann case, and I think that there are a lot of distinctions between the Mann case and what we are facing right now. Under the Mann case, it was very clear that the law that was in question was repealed by the legislature with the intent of actually reducing the restrictions that were in place. In this situation, we have something very starkly different in that the board didn't remove the urgency ordinance with new legislation to reduce restrictions, but rather to adopt more restrictive requirements on all of these applicants. And although there is a time period in which the urgency ordinance terminated on its own term and the implementation or the effective date of the new ban, it does not mean that the county is without or is lacking any type of statutory authority at all. And I think that is a major distinction, because although the ban ordinance has not become effective, the county does have an undisputed permissive zoning code. And under that, it does prohibit all land uses not listed as permitted in any zone, and cannabis is not listed as permitted in any zone within the county. So although there isn't an express ordinance for this time period of approximately 2-3 weeks, there isn't a lack of statutory authority that the county cannot rely on in this interim period. So I think there are certain distinctions between the Mann case and what we're facing today.
Mr. Chair, if I could add to that as well, Mr. Lambie indicated he believes that there's no express language in the urgency ordinance that would carry on those restrictions past the expiration date. But there is. There is the 90-day period in which cultivators can continue to comply in compliance with the provisions of the ordinance. So we are still operating under those provisions. So anyone that was cultivating either through an approved issued cultivation registration or an application pending status where we haven't quite completed the review process still must comply with the provisions of the urgency ordinance for a period of 90 days. So I would agree with Megan that there are distinctions. I think this is a very clear distinction here where we have language in the urgency ordinance that carries on those criteria from the urgency ordinance for anyone wishing to continue to cultivate after its expiration has to comply with those provisions. So this is not in compliance with those provisions, and so there's no reason to just simply grant the appeal or claim that it's no longer necessary. In order for anyone to continue to cultivate under the provisions of the urgency ordinance, they have to be in compliance with those provisions.
And Chair, I would also just also indicate that appeals are necessary. I mean, it's the administrative process, and so appeals are a method that all registrants have to go through to exhaust their administrative remedies. So to say that the appeal is no longer necessary, that would in essence be saying that there is no longer an administrative process in which they can avail themselves. And so certainly all applicants who are denied, that were denied while the urgency ordinance was in place, has the duty to exhaust their administrative remedies before this board, before they can pursue any other challenges.
Thank you. Any other board questions?
Now, Mr. Chair, Mr. Maurer, are we still processing applications?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And do we have an idea of how many more we have to process?
I think we're in the range of about 150.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
And you'll have a chance for rebuttal in just a minute. We got to open it up to public for public comments. Any public comments on this issue? No? Okay. Seeing none. You're up for rebuttal.
Time flies. A few points in response to what was said by Ms. Stedfeld and Mr. Maurer. Firstly, with respect to the concept of permissive zoning providing the statutory authority for the board to decide this case in the gap period between the expiration of the urgency ordinance and the effectiveness of the ban. Whether or not permissive zoning, a permissive zoning code, provides that authority, and for instance, whether or not cannabis cultivation is properly classified as an agricultural use, which is allowed in certain zones, those are all points of debate. And if the board wishes to rely on the permissive zoning code to rule on an appeal under the urgency ordinance, firstly, I would ask that that be expressly stated in the board's findings, because if that's going to be the decisional basis of the board, we need to know that. Secondly, I would object to that approach. I think that while certainly there's room for disagreement as to the meaning of the permissive zoning code in the absence of cannabis legislation, I don't think there's any procedural device out there that would allow that decisional basis to be shoehorned in to an appeal that was initiated under section chapter 17.95 as it previously existed. I think those are, while a valid issue, no doubt, it is a separate issue. And I don't think that it provides the board with a basis for going forward today. And that segues into what I was going to say in response to Mr. Maurer. I understand that there is a requirement that cultivation, to the extent it occurs during the 90-day ramp down period at the end of the ordinance, comply with the county's rules. But the point that I'm making is that the statute that provides the decisional basis for this board to make its appellate decisions, right, 17.95.170, which specifies the grounds for revocation and termination of a license, it's undisputable that that statute is no longer on the books. There is the idea that that statute or that code section is somehow implicitly extended by the urgency ordinance, I think, A, is not, doesn't have a basis in the text of the ordinance, and B, might well violate the limitations on urgency ordinances. It seems counterintuitive to say, well, this ordinance is going to expire on February 14th because indeed it cannot run longer, which is what the board determined a year ago, and then continue to apply the very provisions of that ordinance beyond February 14th. That would seem to countervene the whole concept of the expiration, the forced expiration of an urgency ordinance. So the fundamental problem that I'm laying before the board is there's a statute, there was a statute, that used to tell the board how to determine these appeals, right? Here are the grounds for denial. Were these grounds met in this particular case? That statute no longer exists. There is no measuring stick by which the board can decide this appeal. And if the measuring stick is to be permissive zoning, again, I reiterate my request that that be made express in the board's decision. Thank you.
Board Chair, I would just like to comment on that.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that it's permissive zoning that would be the basis for which they would be denying. It's allowing for the interpretation of the urgency ordinance, which is the basis for denial. So when I referred to permissive zoning, I'm referring to the distinction between the Mann case and what we're dealing with today, and that the county does have what could be perceived as a permanent ordinance on the books that has historically been there undisturbed for quite some time. And so for purposes of the appeal, the board has the duty to assist appellants in exhausting their administrative remedies to hear the appeals and to rule on the appeals so that they can go through that process. So for purposes of this appeal, it's applying the rules that were on the books when the application was accepted, when the application was denied, and the basis for that denial. And then certainly you're applying the rules of the urgency ordinance, and then you are also, in essence, assisting the applicant to exhaust their administrative remedies to pursue other avenues that they see fit, but certainly the appeal process is something that is necessary.
If I might be permitted, just one brief response.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. With respect to the Mann case, which we've talked about a lot, I think it goes to the crux of what Ms. Stedfeld suggested. She indicated that because, or at least in partly because there's an administrative exhaustion requirement, that the board ought to decide this appeal based on the standards that were in effect at the time the appeal was initiated. However, the Mann case stands for exactly the opposite proposition. And I'd like to read a quote. The reviewing court must dispose of the case under the law in force when its decision is rendered. So, in other words, it's not the case that you look at what was the state of the law when an appeal was initiated, and then you ultimately decide the appeal under the state of the law as it then existed. You must decide the appeal under the law as it exists at the time of decision. So I think the idea that you can give post-mortem effect to these provisions of the urgency ordinance doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, do you have any summation or rebuttal before we discuss this at the board level?
I would ask that the board proceed with the appeal under the old rules and not make any findings about permissive zoning, authorizing them to do so, authorizing you to do so. I think permissive zoning, as Ms. Stedfeld indicated, is really just to point out that there is no gap, that law of the land exists at all times. And to say that there is a privilege that hangs in the balance here, and that's the privilege of Mr. Gabay to continue to cultivate during the termination period of 90 days. And that privilege was revoked by the planning director, and on the basis that were set forth in the staff report. That basis was upheld by the planning commission, and all we have to do here today is determine whether or not those decisions were correct.
So I will, well, first off, is there any questions by the board members so far? I will poll the board on whether they want to continue with this applicant process, the appealant process, and go forward. Supervisor Mills?
I would not want to include permissive zoning in this decision.
Supervisor Glatt?
Same.
Supervisor Oliveira?
I would agree with Supervisor Mills. I would consider the actual original basis for the appeal, though.
Supervisor German?
I concur.
So do I. So we'll go forward. At this time, is there any other board questions on this item for staff? Supervisor Mills.
I want to go back to the grading of an entirely new area, very different from the original area that is being discussed, possibly discussed. Did we engage Public Works in this one?
I'm not sure what you mean by engage.
Did they get a permit? Did they go through any kind of process?
I believe that after the fact, they applied for a permit with Public Works for the grading that's depicted in the late 2016 aerial image. Is that correct in reality?
I believe so. I don't think it's been finalized or any of that.
So there's no permitted grading?
There was no permit issued prior to the grading having been done. A permit was applied for after the fact. I believe it's still probably waiting for additional information or hung up in Public Works for one reason or another.
As far as you know, they have not been issued a permit?
They have not been issued a permit.
Miguel, can you go back to the 2016? That's
This one?
Do we know if they actually graded?
Whoa.
That's August there. You have one from July 2015, July 27, 2015.
Is that 22,000 square feet? Pretty big.
Yeah, it's bigger than.
What's the one below it?
Right there. My issue with this particular photograph is the amount of land that has been converted from timber to bare ground. And I think the other agency that would have or take extreme exception of this, but we'd have to talk to them, or they would, is CAL FIRE. Because this is land conversion of its worst kind.
We did receive a number of letters from CAL FIRE about illegal conversion. This was not an issue with this one. We did not receive notification that illegal conversion had occurred. It could be that they just didn't get to it. So much other conversion was occurring throughout the county. It's not a basis of the denial, but it certainly appears that that happened.
I just only bring it up as a point of how much land was converted over to just something that was bare. And with grading, of course, the concern is, are we containing the soils? Are we compacting the soils? Are we protecting the watershed? And I'm not certain that all happened here with the subsequent photographs. So if you flip forward into the May 31st, that one, back, right there. This is just how much grading occurred there, and of what part of the watershed was impacted by all of it, including what's on the other side of the road. Not just what's within that boundary, but outside of the boundary on the other side of the road. So it's substantial.
Could you go back to the May 2016? There you go. That's post-fire, and I'm not going to debate the grading or where it was moved, but I think we had to be very careful about talking about conversion of forest land. That is burnt to a crisp. Fire went right through there. Most of those trees, with the exception of the little ribbons in there, are going to be dead. And so whether they're growing cannabis or not, those people were clearing dead wood off that property. And that's a good thing for our county because it reduces future risks. So let's be careful about, in the burn zone, talking about cutting down trees for a conversion because those trees are dead.
Under CAL FIRE rules, even the harvesting of dead timber still requires various permits from the state.
Well, I think we have to apply a little bit of common sense in this county once in a while.
Well,
and that would just be absurd.
I'm just stating what the facts are.
Any other questions? Comments? Is there any public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We'll close the hearing. for board discussion and deliberations. Any deliberations, any questions, any discussions? Seeing none, I'm open for a motion on this item.
Mr. Chair, based on the information provided by counsel and the indication of the incorrect photograph being supplied with the application, I would move to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission regarding this appeal.
No second.
I'd second that.
I have a motion by Supervisor Olivera, a second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item number 9.
Item number 9 is planning, conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution denying the appeal filed by Adrian Lambie on behalf of Rafael Calderon on the denial by the Planning Commission for reconsideration of the denial of the appeal of the denial by the Planning Director of Commercial Cannabis Cultivation Registration 2016-106 2016-1123 appeal.
Mr. Maurer.
Good afternoon, Peter Maurer. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to not reconsider the appeal of the cannabis denial. So, step back a little bit. This was a denial based on, in October of 2016, at the old airport. There was concern about activity going on there, number of sheriff's deputies and
Board
fire
Chair.
personnel.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption, but I believe that Supervisor Clapp has something he would like to say.
I'll be recusing myself from this. I recused it on the last hearings and stuff on it. Thank you.
Chair, before we go forward, could I take a moment with counsel outside?
Sure, you can. Let's take a 5-minute break. Are you
Okay. Based on the fact that I had recused myself from this particular matter previously, I will recuse myself again because of my knowledge of the case.
okay?
Okay, appreciate it.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Garamendi.
I have some outside knowledge of this case insofar as when this was going on, the bright lights flashing made me pull over, and I said hello. I was there very briefly and then quickly departed. So I do not think that prejudiced me in any way regarding this case or any of the hearings, but
think you brought that
all
up.
disclosure.
Yes.
Done again.
All right, so there's 3 left. Mr. Maurer.
Well, to sort of expedite the process here, after a series of appeals, denial by the Planning Commission and appeal of that decision to the Board of Supervisors, the appellant requested that it be that the matter be reconsidered by the Planning Commission prior to the board's action. However, the board declined to remand it back to the Planning Commission and took action to deny the appeal. Subsequently, we took the request for reconsideration back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission found that for 2 reasons not to grant reconsideration. One was they did not believe that the language of the ordinance actually allowed for reconsideration of an appeal, but rather it was meant for reconsideration of an entire project, in that the project itself would have to be reapplied to the Planning Department for full review and then a hearing before the Planning Commission. The second reason why that they denied it was, well, actually it was the primary reason, was they could not reverse a decision that had already been made. In this case, the board had already denied the appeal. That action was final, and the course of action from there would be to appeal the matter to the courts. And so the Planning Commission looked at that and said, we have no authority to override a decision made by the board already. They are a higher authority, and so they refused to reconsider the matter based on that. The appellant subsequently appealed that decision, and it's now before you. In the meantime, the ordinance that looked at the reconsideration process has been revised, and previously the portion of the ordinance that they're basing the request for reconsideration on reads, no reconsideration of any portion of a project may be appealed after the appeal period has expired. A project reconsideration filed after the appeal period has expired shall be processed by the Planning Department, and a public hearing shall be conducted by the Planning Commission. The request shall be filed with the Planning Department and shall include appropriate fees, maps, and justification for the reconsideration. So we have interpreted this, again, to mean that the entirety of the project, not just the last decision on the appeal, but the whole project, this would be intended for, say, a subdivision map or a conditional use permit or something along those lines, where it was denied, perhaps denied without prejudice. They could resubmit, and we could reconsider that same project. In this case, we're looking at the narrow aspect of the overall project being just the appeal. That section of the code has since been rescinded, and there's been some revisions to the remainder of the Chapter 1795, the appeal process, but the procedures under 1798-070 that clarifies the process that we are now under. However, in light of our previous discussion on the Mann decision, we believe that they are allowed to operate under the terms of the ordinance that existed at the time that they applied, as well as the time that this appeal was filed. And so we believe that subsection B, 070B, applies in this case, but it doesn't allow for just an endless loop of reconsideration every time you don't like the decision the Planning Commission made. If you want to have reconsideration, you resubmit your whole project, and we'll start over again. In this case, they cannot resubmit the whole project because our ability to accept an application ended on June 30th, 2016. So the Planning Commission's recommendation, or the Planning Commission's action, was to deny the request for reconsideration based on the two provisions that I outlined, and staff recommends you uphold that determination.
Okay. Question? Appellant.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Adrian Lambie, once again, this time on behalf of Mr. Calderon and Mountain Farms, Inc., the appellants in this matter. Just as before my last presentation, I would like to raise the issue of the expiration of the urgency ordinance, including the code sections which would allow the board to decide the merits of an application denial. That code section no longer exists, and a successor statute has not yet taken effect. So on the strength of that, we would request that the denial be reversed and that this appeal process be terminated. I won't go back into great detail about the underpinnings for that decision, if it's all right with the board for me to just incorporate that prior statement by reference.
Sure.
Okay.
County Counsel?
And sorry, for purposes of this appeal, this is one difference between this appeal and the last one. I would like to note an objection in the record as to the dual roles of County Counsel advising the board and representing the Planning Department, which functions as the prosecuting authority with respect to this appeal. So I would note that objection.
Couple of things. One, as to the nightlife reference that Mr. Lambie just made reference to, and that is the dual relationship or dual counsel position as it relates to the County Counsel's office. There are multiple cases on point that are clear that for agency representation, we have the ability to both have prosecutorial arm and an advisory arm. It is very clear, and we've made it a point within my office that I here am representing the board in an advisory capacity. Mr. Turner has been assisting planning through the processing of applications, and to the extent that his assistance with planning could be construed as prosecutorial, there has been a division within our office for the prosecutorial portions of his function and the advisory function that I am here for this board. As far as the Mann case and the comments that were previously made in the prior agenda item, I would just ask that all of the comments made by Mr. Lambie and all of the comments made by myself were also included in the record. But I would want to remind the board that this appeal is not about the urgency ordinance and whether the urgency ordinance is in effect or not. This appeal has to do with reconsideration, because the application and the appeal on its merits have already come to this board. So the question before this board is whether the Planning Commission had the jurisdiction to hear a motion for reconsideration after the board had already taken action on the merits of the case. And so that is really the premise of this appeal, is whether the Planning Commission could hear that motion for reconsideration and go back to the merits of that original denial after the board had taken action or not. And if this board were to rule that, yes, they did have jurisdiction, the actual merits of the original denial would have to be remanded back to the Planning Commission to have a reconsideration hearing on that. So this is really about motion for reconsideration. It's not about the urgency ordinance or about the registration or about the facts that are relevant to that case, or to that denial, I should say.
May I proceed with my presentation?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. With all due respect to County Council, yes, it is true. The reason that we got to this point procedurally is the reconsideration issue. However, the reason why all of this matters, right, the reconsideration that was being sought from the get-go was the ability of my clients to introduce evidence of differential treatment of other applicants with respect to the appeals process. As the board may recall, during the prior appellate phase, we attempted to introduce evidence to the board that was obtained after the Planning Commission hearing regarding the treatment of other applicants as compared to the treatment of my clients. That evidence was not accepted by the board because it was new, and a request for remand to the Planning Commission to present that evidence was denied. By the time the Planning Commission subsequently got around, after an apparent change of heart on that front, got around to hearing it, the board had already rendered a decision in its appeal, and as Mr. Maurer explained, the Planning Commission, on the strength of that, declined to hear the request for reconsideration, determining that they lacked jurisdiction to do so. So that's how we got to this point, and ultimately the reason why we got to this point was an effort to introduce merits-based evidence related to the underlying denial. Again, the statute that authorized the underlying denial is no longer on the books, so we've noted our objection on that grounds. Now, turning to the issue of reconsideration, I won't belabor the record because I've appended a lengthy slide presentation to the materials that the board has already. But the short version is this. From our perspective, requests for reconsideration are a good thing from a public policy standpoint and are required under the county code. And the reason why they're a good thing from a public policy standpoint is they allow the introduction of potentially game-changing new evidence as my client sought to do in this case, without the administrative red tape and the personal expense of starting the entire process over again, or of continuing to pursue appellate remedies into the judicial system, which indeed my client has had to do. If only this evidence could have been timely considered by the Planning Commission, it would have promoted more effective disposition. Maybe the Planning Commission ultimately is unswayed, but it would have promoted a more effective resolution of the case to be able to introduce the pertinent evidence that was obtained after the original hearing, before the train proceeds down the tracks on the way to a judicial appeal. There's a procedure very similar to this in the court system called CCP 1008, which allows someone, a litigant, to move for reconsideration based on a change in law or new facts. And just because that motion is made, the body, the court that's hearing the motion, isn't required to grant it, isn't required to consider it, right? They have the opportunity to decide, okay, is there indeed a change in circumstances such that we ought to reopen this issue? So it's not an endless loop, as has been suggested by staff. It is a process by which new materials can be brought to the attention of the people who ought to be seeing that material, because it could affect the decision they've made in the matter. So far from creating an endless bureaucracy, it actually promotes a more efficient handling of appeals. And I think we see that in the courts, where these CCP 1008 motions are not being widely abused and are not tying up appeals and trial court proceedings indefinitely by any means. So there's a sound policy reason to interpret the county code to allow those procedures. And indeed, at the time prior to the revision that Mr. Maurer has alluded to, that appeared to be the intent of the plain language of the code. There's been a suggestion by Mr. Maurer that cannabis cultivation registrations ought not to be treated as projects for purposes of reconsideration, that they're somehow distinct or distinguishable from an application to, for example, do a subdivision or have a lot line adjustment or build some type of structure on the property, and that therefore they ought not to have been treated in the same way that other projects were. And as we pointed out in the Planning Commission phase of this appeal, a cannabis registration application bears all the hallmarks of a conventional development project. It just happens to have to do with cannabis. You have to pay fees. You have to submit plans. You have to comply with various state agency requirements, the Water Board, CAL FIRE, et cetera. There's a review process. There's the issuance of a document. Yes, it's called a registration, not a permit, but what does the registration do? It basically allows you to do an activity on your land that you couldn't do if you didn't have it. That is the functional equivalent of a use permit. And so the idea that because these registrations involve cannabis, they ought to be carved out and treated differently, we reject. And to further support that position, we've looked through the code at what other types of decisions are appealable through request for reconsideration. And there's a litany of them throughout the code. Mineral extraction decisions, fire and life safety regulations, request for zoning changes, special event permits, whether or not short-term vacation rentals will be allowed in the Lake Tulloch area. So we see a bunch of use issues in the code that are appealable through this request for reconsideration, or are subject to request for reconsideration. And we would submit that there's no reason why cannabis applications ought to be carved out of that. If there's a sound policy basis for allowing requests for reconsideration in other contexts, why not here? And Lastly, with respect to Mr. Mauer's point, which was espoused by the Planning Commission in their ruling, that the impossibility of resubmitting a cannabis application is a distinguishing factor here, right? That because there was a cutoff in June of 2016 to submit those applications and they can't be resubmitted, that maybe that's why cannabis registration should be treated differently. Well, again, as was noted at the start of my presentation, that statute's no longer on the books. The statute that would have, that contained that very deadline is now expired. So with that, I'll close my presentation and take any questions the board may have.
Question? No? Thank you. Council, you have a statement?
Yes, I just wanted to remind the board about our the procedures that are in the code as it relates to hearing new information. And as this board is aware, all information needs to be presented to the Planning Department and to the Planning Commission, and it needs to be based. Any information needs to be presented during those appeal hearings. If there is any relevant new set of facts or information that is presented to this body during its appeal, the board has the discretion to remand the project back to the Planning Commission. So that's to consider that new information. So that's a separate area of our code than the motion for reconsideration that has been brought forward. So I just wanted this board to be aware that there's already something that this board considered the last time this appeal came to this board for consideration on the merits, and this board did not remand it back to the Planning Commission pursuant to the procedures that are in this section. So I just wanted to remind this board that there is a process for essentially kicking back an appeal if there is new evidence that you feel would potentially sway or be compelling to the Planning Commission to consider before rendering your own decision on the set of facts.
Thank you. At this time, you have questions, Supervisor Aller?
I do, Mr. Chair. To the board's knowledge or staff's knowledge, is there any new pertinent information regarding this situation that we haven't already heard through the appeal process?
Not that I'm aware of. And I would reiterate also that this appeal is not as to the merits of the denial. It really has to do with the interpretation of the former 17.98, I believe it was 060B, and doesn't have any information relevant to the denial should have been considered at the appeal on the merits.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll open it up for public comment at this time.
This may be when I get my question answered. What is the difference between the first two agenda items and the second two, where one says commercial medical cannabis cultivation and just commercial cannabis cultivation?
There is none.
There is none.
Yeah. Just a choice of words used by the individual preparing the agenda item.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments? Not? We'll bring it back. It's up to you for your rebuttal.
Certainly. I want to touch briefly on an issue with respect to the Planning Commission's interpretation of how this process ought to work, right? The Planning Commission looked at this and said, well, we can't consider the merits of your request for reconsideration because the Board of Supervisors has already acted on this appeal, and therefore we have lost jurisdiction, right? That was one of the foundations of the Planning Commission's ruling. That presents an interesting predicament for appellants because, as Ms. Stedfeld mentioned, I believe, in respect to the previous appeal, there's a requirement that appellants exhaust their administrative remedies prior to seeking relief in court. So if an appellant feels aggrieved by something the Planning Commission has done, and they would like to potentially have a court review it. They're required by law to pursue their appeal before the Board of Supervisors. Were they not to do that, they would be foreclosed from judicial appeal. So they have to go before the board. But if the Planning Commission's interpretation of the reconsideration process is correct, right, if that act of going before the board deprives the commission of the ability to hear requests for reconsideration based on new evidence, the appellant is faced with a little bit of dilemma, right? They either have to proceed before the Board of Supervisors if they want to exhaust their administrative remedies, but in doing so, they lose their ability to seek any reconsideration based on new information, or not appeal to the board, and thereby preserve their ability to seek reconsideration in the future should new facts or evidence or law come to light that would support a reconsideration. That creates a little bit of a Sophie's choice for the applicants, and I think that the statutory scheme ought not to be interpreted that way since it doesn't have to be, right? Instead, the interpretation that my clients suggest is if there is genuinely new factual evidence or new legal circumstances that warrant reconsideration, and the Planning Commission has already the Board of Supervisors has already acted on an appeal, that the motion ought to be allowable back to the Planning Commission, and if indeed new law or facts have been cited, the Planning Commission ought to consider that as a new submittal.
That it?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Staff. Summation and rebuttal.
There's a couple points that Mr. Lambie brought up that I need to point out are not quite accurate. One is he alleged that I have said that a cannabis project is not like other projects, and that's not what I said. I said an appeal is not a project. An appeal is a part of the overall project processing of a cannabis application. In fact, I agree with Mr. Lambie that a cannabis registration application is a project, and we've determined that it's a ministerial project under CEQA, and it follows more or less the same rules of other projects. And so in this case, Chapter 1798 applies to his project, the cannabis registration, but not the appeal itself as a separate project. And that's the difference that I had made, and I had stated previously both at the board hearing and at the previous Planning Commission hearing. Just to clarify the record, the information, the new information that was alleged to make a difference in this appeal was presented to the Board of Supervisors at its hearing. I believe it was December or January, or December of 2 years ago or January of last year. And the board considered it and found it was relevant to the appeal and found it was not necessary to refer it back to the Planning Commission. And he made that decision after seeing that new information. So there is no new information subsequent to the denial by the Board of Supervisors. So we had an opportunity to present it. The board heard it and said, this doesn't change our decision. It doesn't change. We don't believe it's necessary to go back to the Planning Commission on that. And you chose not to refer it back to the Commission, and you chose to take final action. Finally, on the point that the ordinance has expired and therefore there's the date for submittal no longer exists, well, the ability to accept an application no longer exists as well with the expiration of the urgency ordinance. So I think that argument is somewhat moot. So again, the Planning Commission's decision was that you had already decided on this. They no longer had jurisdiction, and even if they did, that the provisions of 1798-060B did not provide for just the appeal to come back, but it was a resubmittal of the entire application.
2 minutes of response, Mr. Chair.
Hold on a second. Any board questions?
I have a quick comment, too, if you don't mind, Chair.
Okay.
I just wanted to address the analogy between CCP 1008 and this process for reconsideration that's in the former code. The only thing that is similar between those two statutes is the word reconsideration. A motion for reconsideration under 1008 must be filed with the court within 10 days after the court has issued a ruling, and certainly can't be filed after an appellate body has made a decision. They're not analogous, and the reason that the 1008 doesn't clog up the courts, as Mr. Lambie's interpretation of this ordinance would, is because they're heard very quickly on the law and motion calendar following the issuance of a final judgment, and they can, as I said, only be requested 10 days after a hearing, or 10 days after a judgment has been issued. I think Peter covered about everything else, so that's all I got.
Okay. All right, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. Quick response to what Mr. Maurer said with respect to the definition of a project. I apologize if I mischaracterized what you were saying, Peter. But I guess that interpretation begs another question then, which is that if any project, be it a cannabis registration or a request to rent out your property in Lake Tolek, is on appeal, it would seem that the interpretation suggested by Mr. Maurer would then preclude use of the reconsideration project. If you happen to discover, or process, if you happen to discover whatever information is germane that you want to present on reconsideration, if you happen to discover that information during an appeal, then all of a sudden you can't avail yourself of that process. I think that would defeat the purpose, the intent of the statute. And just by way of correcting the record, too, the idea that the evidence that is sought to be introduced by my clients was presented in full to the board and the board decided not to remand, that's incorrect. What happened is, out of respect for the board's clear rule that new evidence is not to be presented for the first time on appeal, we did not present the evidence. We made a very brief proffer of the general character of the evidence. We said, okay, here is largely the type of evidence that we seek to introduce in the context of asking the board to remand this matter to the Planning Commission. So it's not the case that the board saw all the evidence, said this doesn't change anything, you don't get to go back to the Planning Commission, because indeed we couldn't do that due to the restriction on new evidence. Instead, we said, here's the general nature of what we seek to introduce, and the request for remand was denied at that time, not after having seen the full presentation.
Thank you. All right. You have a rebuttal to that?
I don't dispute that fact. I'd point out quickly that, if you don't mind, that the analogy that Mr. Lambie just gave, that it would follow that one would lose their right to a reconsideration if new information was discovered upon appeal, would not follow from Mr. Maurer's interpretation of the ordinance, because following your appeals with any other type of project, where there isn't a June 30th deadline in 2016, you could resubmit it. The purpose of a reconsideration is to submit the entire project with the application and the application fee, and you can do that once you've gone through all of your administrative remedies, or even through some of them. I mean, that was the purpose of it. It was just to submit the project, like say you had a subdivision map and there was material defects to it, you went through the appeal process and lost. 2 years later, you could submit the same project, and you'd be allowed to have it reconsidered, even though it's the same project, because there had been substantial changes in fact, presumably to cure the defects that were identified by the Planning Department or the Planning Commission at appeal.
All right. Is there any, bring it back to the public, is there any, before I close this, any public comments? If not, okay, I'll bring it back. Any board questions? If not, I'll close the hearing, and we'll bring it to the board for our discussion and deliberation. Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very compelling arguments on both sides of this issue. Although, I think we're talking about a procedure here. And I believe there is one more step to the appeal process that was mentioned, and that was in our litigation. I see the significance of the Planning Commission stating how are we going to reconsider a decision made by the Board of Supervisors, and they don't have that authority. I personally would recommend that we give the opportunity to the appellate to seek litigation for an answer on this issue.
You have nothing to add? Okay. I'm going to feel that I feel that we need to deny this appeal and uphold the Planning Commission direction. We've already gone through this. We've already denied it one time. It's trying to end around, in my opinion, an end around to try and get back in and have us rehear evidence or send it back to the Planning Commission to rehear evidence. And I'm just totally in disagreement with that. I think we've already heard it. We've made our decision. I think the Planning Commission was correct in their assumption that they can't overturn anything the board has done. So that's where I'm at this point in this appeal, or whatever you want to call it. So that being said, do I have a motion of any type to uphold the Planning Commission?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 3-0.
Thank you, Supervisors.
We'll take a 5-minute break for planning to clear out over there. We are back. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, Chapters Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement for mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
All right. We'll start with Supervisor Clapp.
Well, I have nothing to report out. You guys got a bargain this last week. I mean, I didn't cost you a dime, so that was a good deal.
Okay. Supervisor Mills, did you cost us a dime?
We cost you a dime because I had to go to Stockton. The Eastern San Joaquin GSA is on track. We have a timeline now established so we can complete the GSP, that's the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, by January of 2020, and that the county share will not change. It's still at the $39,750 roughly for the four within the eastern portion of the GSA. Secondly, I went to the Foothill Fire Safe Council, and for anybody that's interested in the mapping, both the U.S. Forest Service and CAL FIRE have got some great maps that they're putting together for like Forest Meadows and Burpees and Arnold, et cetera, as to some of the fuel break projects that they're working on. And they're starting to coordinate because there's a few places where they bump up with private property and they want to be sure that they get that line drawn through in a certain area kind of thing. So if you're at all interested in what they're doing, these maps are available. And I just look at them as some great cooperation between the two agencies. So there's also a grant coming up. You don't know about that yet. Okay. I'll get the details on that and report it at the next meeting.
Grant on
Trees.
fire safe?
Yeah, remember the $10 million?
Oh, yeah.
I'll let you explain that. Okay, I'll shut up and let you explain it.
Okay. Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you. I'd like to report out on the Governor's Task Force meeting on tree mortality. We did have our monthly meeting last Monday in Sacramento, and information was provided that there are some grants coming. Specifically, there's a $10 million grant for the high-risk counties, which are 14 now. But more importantly was the announcement of the results of the Little Hoover Institute recommendations. And that recommendation may change the picture of tree mortality in the very near future. There's a movement statewide to form a larger agency called Forest Management Health, and to fold in tree mortality, CAL FIRE, and other federal and state agencies. That would actually redistribute the responsibilities and bring in more folks to join that activity on a bigger scale, addressing the bigger problem. It would not just be fire suppression. It would not just be tree mortality. It would be actual forest health, with those activities cleaning up our forests, providing a healthy situation to prevent fire, prevent tree mortality. So that was very important. We'll have more information on that when we go back and talk with those folks next month. I attended several social events, and I'm tired of crab feeds, but I've got one more to go to. So that's all I have.
He did say crab feeds.
Right.
Thank you, Supervisor Oliveira. Supervisor Garamendi.
Yeah, I'm about at the end of my crab feed rope as well. I love them. They're fun, but that's a lot of crab in a season.
I think we all are. Yeah.
It's part of our traditions in Calaveras in the wintertime. I was going to report out on tree mortality, but Supervisor Oliveira did it. I don't know what quite to think about another agency with the state when it sounds like the resource agency is already supposed to be doing that, but, we'll see how that goes. I did attend a couple of things that I didn't cost the county a dime, so none of these are required to be reported, but there's some of them might be interesting. I attended the public hearing for AB 142 Wild and Scenic hearing in McCalamy Hill last week. And it was really interesting. There were good questions put forward. There were good answers. It was an opportunity for people to give input. There is no piece of legislation to support or not support. It was gathering information to go into study, and I thought it went well. I also wanted to commend many people in the community, including you, Supervisor Tofinelli, for the opening of the Veterans Hall down in Valley Springs. It was a beautiful building, and I know a lot of people in the community worked extraordinarily hard for a lot of years to make that happen, and I want to commend them all. Nice, well done. Thank you.
And I would like to commend you. Supervisor Garamendi donated a flag that his grandfather, in honor of his grandfather, was flown over Washington to the building, and it will be flown there at the Veterans Hall. Thank you so much for that. Very nice. I did attend a couple of meetings over the course of the last couple of weeks. One was Central Sierra Child Protection Agency. That was held in Jackson. However, I did not turn in anything for recovering any funds for that, so it did not cost a dime. One other thing that I wanted to bring up was that the Angels Camp Fire Chief challenged our sheriff to the frog jump during the fair, and our sheriff accepted that challenge. I was then challenged by the mayor of Angels Camp to jump frogs at the fair. And I would like to say here that I accept the challenge, and I look forward to it, and I want to add a little bit to that challenge. I'd like to wager with the mayor. If she wins, I will buy her lunch anywhere inside the city that she would like to have. If I win, she would have to buy me lunch anywhere in the county that I'd like to eat lunch at. So a challenge to you, Amanda, coming back, and hopefully you accept it. And that's all that I have at this time. Staff? Nothing. Robin? Was it a long day? We've had longer. So, if that's it, no staff reports, we stand adjourned.